Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Uh-oh. Oh, oh. Hi. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Hi, Jade. Hi, Astro. Thanks for the sub, Jade. Thank you, thank you. Hope you are doing good. My body hurts. Yesterday's badminton was a little bit intense, I would say. Just a tad bit intense. Nah, actually it's very intense, but it was fun though. It's nice to play like one or two serious matches of badminton, and yeah, it was great. I like it. Yeah, it's fun. But of course it caused my body to like very in pain. I overexerted, and oh boy, I could not play more afterwards. I have to rest. So yeah, I just stayed there and watched them play, and maybe play some like really casual, relaxing matches. You know, yeah. I don't think I want to go. Yeah, I don't think I want to play like super serious in the future. It hurts. I don't like it. I like it. I don't know how to say it. Okay, I don't like it because it hurts. I like it because it's fun. Not the pain part that's fun. It's the it's the intense badminton session that's the fun part. So yeah, I like it. But also, I wanted to play some Masanta Frontier today, because I just realized there's something I can do there. Remember that I'm still stuck at the Zeruryusu? I'm still stuck there. But I have a quest. I know end goal is definitely White Fatalis. I'm gonna get there, so I'm not gonna stop playing this game at all. I will still from time to time play this game, even when off stream, because it's like a huge grinding thing that I'd never done before, and apparently it helps with a hunter's stats in the long run. Like it's a bit of a build up passive stats that you have to do. And I just realized about, I think it was last week. Yeah, last week I checked the my mission thing and I was like, oh, that's whoa. Oh yeah, that's Merp's pet. No, it's mine now. Thank you, Becky. And then the boop as well. I get the boop. How you doing, Becky? I am #1 head pet and boop tester. Yeah. I always forget to put them back. I always forget. My brain doesn't work. Oh, it's open. Okay. Let me put this here. And then I'm gonna put... I forgot to become small. I'm small now. Oh, is that Merp? Oh yeah, let me just... Oh, that's not... Wait, Merp's not supposed to be out there. Oh, is that Discord group? Why is it like that? Also, let me change something. Just a small thing I want to change. I saw the hand is not looking natural. Yeah, good enough. Hi Numbers, hi Nexus, hey. Welcome. I'm gonna play some Monster Hunting. I like Monster Hunting. There's a new thing now I want to show you. Well, not really new, but it's more like a little bit of newfound knowledge. That it seems that I need to do it before I can tackle a Zeruryusu. Oh my god, look at that mega pet. Land 3. I call dibs on the first hot dragon. Ooh, ooh. But mine. Mine though. You cannot steal dragon from a kobold. I hope you both are doing good. Actually, I hope you are doing good. A little bit of a side note here. I went. My mom was not feeling okay, so I went to the doctors with her this morning. But everything is fine, right? It's just a bit of a stomach issue. She is experiencing too much coffee. It's like, no, mom, stop drinking coffee. Like, okay, hey, no coffee for a few days. Like, good enough. Very good enough. We take those. Also, here. So if I go to SR settings, you notice that at the SR my mission up there, there's reduced damage, attack ceiling, partial HP, and status recovery. Apparently, I need to do my missions to get those buff. So yeah, I've been doing it for quite a bit, and I got to this stat. So to my knowledge, each quest adds a random number by 1. So it's gonna be tough to get them up. They can have the second hot dragons. Fine. I'm doing well. Nice. Jade. Also, I've been using Switch Axe because it's really fun, and apparently you can parry quite consistently with Switch Axe, and Switch Axe is insane in this game. Is the game very soft? No. Jade cute would pet me? No, don't pet me. I'll buy it. I'll take it. As long as I can pet Jade, I'm gonna do it. I'm like, Tribble, I bite hard. A joke's on you, I don't know what Tribble is. And I cannot read. So here's my mission quest. Now I need to kill Tigrex. Zenith permit, Zenith. G Hiden. So to my knowledge, Hiden quest means that it gives some really rare materials, but you're gonna do the required objective. You're gonna break the Tigrex's head before you can kill Tigrex. It's always a little bit scary, but somehow I did it every time, so I believe I can pull it off. Man, I feel like oh god, I'm doing the Monsanto World control again. For the past few days, I've been playing Monsanto World with my friend. I convinced him to buy Monsanto World and Iceborne, and now we are playing it together. My mid-school friends. And Trittle, a shared friend between me and Jade. The really I forgot to enable the 3D stuff. Oops, sorry. Here, let me re-enable them for you. It's only gonna take a few minutes. Minute. It's got a bit of pause and pause here, but
Yep.
wait, we yippin'. Yep. It should be enabled. 110 stream streak, oh my god. Thank you, Nexus. Konnichiwa, Nita. Nita, oh my god. I know this. Sashiburi? I think. And I hope you are very genki desu, Nita. I'm on 22. Ooh. Nexus. Nexus is strong like that. This is still my favorite Monster Hunter game. Oh, Hisashiburi. Oh, there's a he there. Oops. Hisashiburi. Nita. I saw Nita has been playing Paper Mario lately. I was like, ooh. I look at the Paper Mario game and I realized, oh, I didn't realize, but there was a time where people were very happy about, like, there's a LGBTQ plus representation in the game. It's like, ooh, cool. It's the character called Vivian, I think. Magic. Nexus is filled with magic. Okay, I have to hit the head. Please, I'm not playing Monster Hunter World anymore. Rock toss. I don't want to fight there, it's a loading screen. Okay, that works. And it's at the loading screen again. Come on, why are you so mean? I just love how you can just run with your weapon drone. It's insane. Oh, there's 2 hits. Okay, we broke the head. Now we can go apeshit. Look at this. Check this out. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm not gonna do it. I'm sorry. I cannot do that against T-Rex. It's just gonna deny me every time I do that. I cannot do it. I cannot be greedy. Oh, too late. Gonna break the hand first. Switch Check is so insane in this game. Who in the right mind gives Switch Check an instant parry? I'm not even gonna complain. Actually, I kinda want the tail. We got the tail! Easy. Oh man. I thought it's gonna jump back. You like this wyvern-esque monster? It's Tigrex. The very classic monster. I got GI5 gem for that? Ew. I mean, it says it's a gem, but it's a very common item. It's funny how in this game there are a few weapons that when you draw your weapon and run, it's faster than you run normally. Welcome to Monster Hunter Frontier, where every monster in this game is on drugs. They're insanely strong. And so is the hunters, right? So that balances it out. I think the game might be a little bit too loud. Thank you. I believe the hand is broken already. Okay. Unfortunately, I got the luck, but I wish you good luck with hunting. Thank you, Nexus. I hope you have a good luck, and also good luck with whatever you're gonna do today. Appreciate you always. Hey, what lao? Hey, what lao? 真是。You can't even run while having a weapon drawn in World, right? You cannot run with your weapon drawn in any monster Hunter game other than Frontier. Only in Frontier, where you double tap a direction, you can run with your weapons out. Which is why I say Monster Hunter Frontier will always be my favorite Monster Hunter game. Always. Only play World? Fair enough, fair enough. And Switch Axe, funny enough, Switch Axe is the fastest run with all, you know, in comparison with all the weapons. Yeah. Switch Axe is the fastest. And Switch Axe is so far the most damaging weapon I've seen, because of that charge super fast cut. Just like that, I finished a mission, and then I get a point in either of those things that you just saw. But I think I really want not just attack ceiling, but also the reduced damage. I don't really care about the... I don't really care about status, recovery, and the other one. This one. I don't know what partial HP means, but it's alright. Also, there's a lot of Japanese words in this game. Some of them is not translated, which is fair because the whole game it's tough. I actually don't even know how to make the magnet spike. But yeah, today it's just gonna be me hunting for my mission quest. Roger? Slay 2 Rajang. Slay 1 Rajang. What? C82B. I can read that. But Chinese is Gui Mortier. I don't know how to read that. Pin down 2 very aggressive beasts in the ruins. Historical site. We can't stay it ourselves, we need 8 hunter. We can offer you some ancient materials from the guild's fund if you succeed. Ancient materials? Demon not D ticket. Pure gold pelt. You want me to slay 3 Rajang in a quest? I don't need ticket. See, the thing is, I don't need ticket. Let me try. I'm probably gonna die. Oh, it's hardcore? I'm gonna die. Okay. And don't worry about it. If I, by some miracle, I won, I need the thing. Where's my lucky charm? Here? Yeah, there's a lot of Japanese in this game. But because I'm also in the Asia server, I'm sorry, I need to put myself to a little bit more to the left. Even the names are all like, most of the names are Japanese as well. It's like, ooh. I'm gonna lurk, have fun here. Thank you. Appreciate the lurk. I will have fun. Huh? I didn't see. I only have 20 minutes? Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh, there's not. You gave me nothing. Okay. Bro, this is impossible. 3 Ranjang in 20 minutes? You expect me to kill a Ranjang in 10 minutes? Oh! 哎，我操！我都讲饱。Brother. Okay, yeah, I mean, do I need 20 minutes for this? Oh, brother. 2 of them are together. How the fuck are we supposed to fight against them? I don't care, I'm gonna try. Hey, maybe I just need to one-touch them and they're dead. You never know. I didn't even touch them once. I win. That was untelegraphed. Ayya, macam mana? What is that one doing? Oh my god. Oh, thanks, game. How the fuck? Oh, brother. Oh, 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 oh. There's no fucking way. Oh shit. I don't see a chance for me to hit them. Jump back. Okay, first of all, everything is instant. Second of all, too painful. Third of all, I don't see a chance for you to attack them at all. Look, I want to say Mama didn't raise no bitch, but maybe this time I'm the bitch. I cannot do it. I cannot do it. There's no way. Let's save the large lucky charm, right? Just for the lucky charm, I'm gonna retire the quest. Yeah, fun times. Absolutely getting bullied by the monkeys. Right, never do that again. Lars's recommendation. Was this quest here before? The Lars armor series is a great line of protective gear. Dude. It's a lot of fun hunting Rajang as base material for it too. I'm getting milked. Why not give it a shot? Why not? Huangjing no Su? Ogon no? Something. Book. I didn't check the map. Oh shit! Where are we hunting? Snowy mountains? Okay. Actually, I don't even need to look at it. Hi, Evie. Welcome. Alright, hopefully I won't get bullied by Rajang again. This is just one Rajang. It's not gonna be that bad, right? Oh boy, that was loud. Thanks for the head pit. I'm only left with a tail. But why? What did I do? Okay. Now where is that monkey? More pets? I'll take it. Oh, I see Moki. Moki? Moki? I run the wrong way. Oh, why would you run there? Oh, there was so much delay. It doesn't hurt at all? Oh boy, why does it not hurt at all? You're dead. Oh, brother, it doesn't hurt. You're gonna die now. I don't know why that didn't hit me. Wow, Rajang doesn't hurt. What kind of world am I living in? Punch, punch, punch. Oh shit, I didn't parry that. I need to parry something. I need to parry something. Jump back. Oh my god, everything is instantly fuck. I guess wrong. I wish I can see. I cannot parry anything. I feel bad. There we go. Got him. Poor Rajang, what the hell? It's such a different feel. It's a... huh? I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, just now that two Rajang each hit did like, what? 50%, 60%, 70% damage. This one just did like 10% each hit. Like even the strongest hit just did like 20% at most, I feel like. Welcome to Switch X. It plays like a door blade. This is even cooler. Look at the trail. Oh my god. It's so good. This is the move that makes me want to play Switch X. That is the best move. Oh, that's very shiny. What is that? See? I cannot read the description. 太古の技術が G something something でいる something いら 金色 so something golden の輝く book. I cannot read that. Maybe that's used to make something? Alright, I need to kill one more Rajang. But let me check if I can do something with the book. Something about armor? Oh, I already have these. I don't even need these anymore. I'm wearing them. Oh, so much for armor recommendation. I already had that. Maybe that's why it's easier. 2 monsters in one of the arena, but the guild understand the danger they possess. Doing any further damage for now, but this only hold them back for a small time. Dora Gyurosu? Who is Dora Gyurosu again? Guild Vermilion Emblem. This is in Great Arena. 2 of them together, it's probably gonna be very bad. Like, this is the most normal quest. Can I do this? Can try. It's hardcore. I don't. It's hardcore. I cannot do. God damn it. Okay, this one is normal. I just fight the normal one. I don't want to fight hardcore Rajang. You've seen what they can do. I don't want to experience that again. Whoa. Meow meow. Ooh, I need that. Oh, I always forget to bring Psycho Serum. I need Psycho Serum to look at where the monkey is. I need this. Where's Moki? Oh, dude, what the fuck? Who could have seen that shit? Scared the fuck out of me. Ow. It doesn't hurt, let's go. Okay, that hurt, that hurt, that hurt. Game, please, let me see. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh, it's not that big. All that shit. missed input. Oh boy. Okay. I cannot go there. Oh, everything is instant. I get this them running away. In a very slow fashion, just slowly walks into the lava. Okay. And then jumps away, okay. Well, that's rather time wasting, but okay. Don't know the timing. Ooh. Very cool. It's gonna look at me. Going away? Looks like it. No? Got him. Yeah, just don't fight hardcore Rajang. It's hardcore Rajang is too scary. I'll rather just avoid hardcore Rajang. I don't want to fight hardcore Rajang. And honestly, Switch X is just too cool in this game. It's too cool. Mm. 166 G rank? Nice. I think White Fatalis is 350 G rank. I just want to fight White Fatalis, honestly. But here I am doing all of these my missions because I need to be strong before I can tackle White Fatalis. I kind of win against the Zero Ryusu, so I'm gonna try my best. One Teostra. Are you ready to suffer? It's very dangerous to go alone. You face a freezing hell. I'll be kind enough to give you a nice hint. Don't exploit it. What kind of hint are you gonna give? No, Teostra and Luna strung together? Oh my god, that's just death. I guess I'll just do this one, the normal one. No hardcore, thanks. Oh, the PTSD of this map. Hopefully it's not hopefully it's not gonna be as scary as the one that I fought before. I mean, it's probably gonna be, but we'll see. That hits behind, okay. Oh, yeah, that hurts as much. I cannot see shit. Oh, that's another hit, okay. I mean, fair enough, it's the first time we fighting against a Teostra. I'm not gonna drink Max Potion because it feels like every hit just gonna do like 10,000 damage again. I think Teostra is just annoying in this game. Right, here we go. So we're gonna go back to our strat of not eating Max Potion to continuously trigger guts. Or buchigiri. Two hits. I remember green flame is like outside explosion. What? Just a one singular explosion on my body? Fuck you. I deserve that. Oh no, you're being annoying as fuck right now. All of your hits are so random. There's no pattern to it. What the fuck? There is no pattern. Hi, Brian. No, now there's not a single explosion on my face. Okay. I don't understand you. Another hit, right? So that is a homing attack. I have to use sword and shield against this guy. I don't know when I can. That's a hit. I got lucky. I'm gonna take this chance to heal. And then hit. An explosion in my face doesn't sound too bad. If it's a... oh wow, random. If it's a explosion by a dragon, yeah. I don't look at Teostra and think that it's a dragon. Nah, I'm not gonna sim for Teostra. I don't... look at that, what the fuck? Jesus, everything is so random. How the fuck am I supposed to deal with this? How do I know if you're not gonna just randomly get an explosion on my face all of a sudden with with unprompted explosion? Yeah, look at that. I didn't know this gonna happen. It's insanity. Yeah, looks like they made Teostra like mega on drugs in this game. And it's a death. Apparently that health is not enough to trigger guts. Your stamina bar is so fucking huge. Yeah, well, it's not gonna help when they're just gonna one-shot me. I'm not gonna drink Max Potion. Also, the stamina bar is gonna deplete over time because your character will get hungry. Teostra? No. I don't like Teostra.
Emotional damage!
I don't want Teostra. Teostra doesn't look like dragon. I just need 2 herbs because I cannot die anymore. This is the do or die. Wait. No herb? Okay, let me get the herb and I'm gonna drink and I'm gonna fight. Okay. I'm gonna drink and I'm gonna give it my all. No, it's dangerous to spin while drink. It's dangerous. I cannot do that. Why? What the fuck hit me? I don't understand this bitch. I just don't understand. Okay. Okay. Sure thing. That doesn't hit, somehow. Now that hits. I'm sincerely trying to understand you, but I just cannot. Okay. Oh. I got greedy. Oh, I'm dead. There's no way. Yeah, told you. I told you because everything is random with this monster. Everything is random. You don't know, like, it's not a one timing thing. Everything is random. And then it's random when you're gonna get hit or you're not gonna get hit. It's
emotional damage.
It's not that I don't want to learn. I cannot learn when everything is RNG. If the explosion is gonna explode everything at the same time, how am I supposed to know? Am I supposed to parry? Am I supposed to dodge roll? It's not telegraphed. I don't know when you're gonna explode on my face. So yeah, this is probably gonna be a really bad time. Cannot believe it. Alright, here we go. It's gonna be a bad time because Sans Undertale is here. Oh. It's not even hardcore, by the way. This is normal Teostra. Normal. Emotional support team, go. Power of sniffer dragon thighs. Man, if Teostra is a real dragon. If only. Right, here we go. Twin shield, I can have more time to dodge. I can block sometimes, so that's a win in my book. Jesus fucking Christ. Untelegraphed.
Kobo bongo, kobo wag wag, kobo bongo, kobo wag wag.
Wait, how did I get hit? Another one? Oh, what the fuck is going on? Oh my god, that's a hit. Oh, instant, okay. I get it, instant, you like it. I did. Cannot believe I'm not gonna get stuck at this again. See, it's random. Oh my god. Oh, I got lucky. Another one? That was fast. It's way slower than that, okay? Jump back, roll. Immediate dash that did like so many damage. Oh. I'm gonna keep running. Yeah, I knew it. One single explosion on my body. Oh no, it was too early. Run. Okay, very delayed. Fire gun. There. Okay. See, this I can learn. Because it's about timing. A burst attack. Sorry, I'm not playing Switch X. I did. I tried to parry like a dum-dum. I need to sharpen. I need to sharpen the cadence itself. Cadence? Necrodancer? Ow. I'm really not a fan of instant attacks. No, impossible. I don't have time to sheath my weapon. I don't know exact timing, so dodging it's very hard. But diving is pretty easy. Because I know fire gun I can dive, but for precise timing it's very tight. It's very tight. Maybe take a break? No, it's okay. I just started this one. I'm not way too upset for now. But I know I can win this because I'm slowly figuring out the pattern now, so I can feel it, I can see it. Let me find some herb. What? Okay, I'm not gonna find anything. I mean, I play this knowing that at some point I might get upset. So once I really get upset, I have a backup plan. So last night I played a little bit of Dead or Alive 6. It was kind of fun. It was kind of fun. Albeit there's only 4 characters I can play with the game, but I think it's not bad. I kind of like it. The core mechanics of the game is very interesting. It's not Killer Instinct, but it's sort of it's Dead or Alive. But how do I explain it? At any point you get a stun hit, you can choose to break over the stun and do a parry. So it's not Killing Instinct per se, but you can technically break their combo. and then the mind game comes in again. So I like that. I like that kind of game. It's cool. Fire gun. Wait. Okay, fire gun about 2 seconds. Or about 1 second. It's green, I can keep attacking. That is. Okay. What the game say is fair is fair. Usually jump back means something big is coming. Yeah, like this. Oh, jump back with fire is the bad thing. Okay. Let's try. 1, 2. Too early. I'm practicing that just in case I need to, like, if I don't have enough time to sheath, then yeah, I need that. Didn't react to that. Too late. Oh my god, there's no reaction time for that. Two fail. Alright, I'm gonna need it. 1. Fuck! I might have enough time to sheath there. Yeah, I actually might have enough time to sheath. Let me try it next time. If I get hit by the first hit, then let's sheath my weapon. I forgot that Sword and Shield sheath really fast. Okay, that's all of my potions. Instant. Okay, what are you gonna do? Instant run, and then what are you gonna do? I have time. One more. I'm doing it. Eight. Okay. I can't aim. Jump it here. Jump it without fire will be a roll. I can get some hit in. Jump it without fire will be a roll. Most likely get dash afterwards, but I cannot just predict. I cannot like guess stuff like that. Big fire. Fire gun. Oh shit, okay. We take those. We will always take those. Hey, Jim. I guess the lesson is don't mess with RNG, just dodge whatever you can. Dodge the consistent ones. Don't try to dodge the RNG attacks. It's not worth it. The RNG attack just run away. Nice. Oh. Man, that was a tough mission. Duragawa. Oh, this is the bamboo tail monster in Gorge. G4 permit. I think I can do this. Oh, nice. I think Goldblade runs faster. below me. Thanks. Why is there 10,000 kitty noises? I thought it's gonna be here. Oh, hi. Oh. Source is killing me. Source is blocking my way. Come on. I need to kill them. They're seriously blocking the way. Ooh, that's cool. I kinda want the tail. Oh, that was not enough. Is your tail severable? It looks severable, even the NPC is trying to cut it. I forgot I have first aid man. Why am I eating my own mega potion? Oh, 2 maps? Wow. Below me. Whee. Ooh, angry? Double? Man, how katao the tail can be. I was like, you're limping, but you're not really running away, but it is. That was weird. That was close. Dragon. Nice. I don't know if the sleeping damage is the same with this game. I feel like it should be the same, right? Like 3 times the damage only for the first hit when you wake them up. Like, to me, this game is like Sword and Shield. To me, Sword and Shield in this game is like the good defense and also the good offense and good mobility. It's like a really all-round weapon, like a really all-round. You can run quite fast. You can run cancel on almost all attacks, really consistently. And almost all attack doesn't have too much recovery, so we can also play defensively. Also, on a little side note, that I tell myself to stop drinking coffee for at least a week because my stomach is also not feeling good, according to the doctor this morning. So yeah, I should probably stop drinking coffee for a while. And this morning, instead of coffee, I drink barley. Barley is good. I like barley. I'm still gonna keep doing the My Mission quest until I feel like I'm strong enough to tackle Zero Ryusu. I actually have been farming the My Mission quest for quite a bit already. For quite a while. It was here. So it only changed here until about after a while. Ah, you were here. I was just slow. Ow. Did I just whip every single attack with how the tail moved? That's embarrassing. Oh, that hits behind. Already? Thank goodness for Uber heckin' earplug. I'm gonna love running weapon drum. The only game where the game offers you run cancels. It's like I'm playing a fighting game. That was too late. Hi, malicious McFly. Welcome. Also, I always appreciate your lurk. Thank you. Too late. We dodged that. Oh, the Abstroses are blocking. They're body blocking. I don't like it. Okay. I really don't know if your tail is actually severable. It doesn't feel like it's severable, but I really want that chunky tail though. I don't think I need any more glossy skin and marble beef. Hind legs is his weak point. I don't know if it's obvious, but usually you determine by which place is the weak point by looking at how much hit stop every hit has. If the hit has no hit stop, it's a tough point. If a hit has like a really long hit stop, you know that's a weak point. This one is supposedly weak point, I think. Yeah, that's a weak point. Of course, head's a weak point as well. Hind legs was surprisingly a weak point. Yeah, see? Tail is also a very weak point. So that's why this monster is like all of this monster is a weak point. Each hunt takes about like 6 minutes only, so yeah. Where every spot is a weak point, the hunt is not gonna take as long. Where monster where it has like super strong skin and everything, then yeah, it's probably gonna take a while. Or like the worst is Gravios, I feel like. You're gonna break the chest to deal damage to it, or else you would just keep bouncing off your attacks. It's a little bit tough. It's my most hated matchup. I don't like fighting against Gravios. $37. I'm gonna check on the stats. I kinda want to try to tackle Zero Ryusu again with my current build, along with this newly buffed myself. That one, see that? Reduce damage, attack stealing, partial HP, and status recovery. I don't know how they determine the thing. Or even weapons have their own level, I just realized. My hammer is way... My hammer is more level than longsword. So it should have the most level. Fair enough. Even Switch X at 54. Yeah, I've been playing Switch X for a bit. It's pretty fun. Oh. More gacha. Potion G2? Wait, the fuck? Do you want to pull more gacha? Then let's take this quest and get more premium coin G. Ban weapon evolution weapons. No magnetic spite allowed. Wait, can I just do this? This is tower. This is battlefield. Oh, it's hardcore. Oh. I never. Okay, so this is the first Kirin. I'm gonna fight a hardcore. Fine. Let me try. Maybe I can get the coin, and potion G2 is what I'm going for. So essentially, potion G2 is uncraftable to my knowledge. It's a max potion, but you can bring 10 of them. Whereas max potion, you can bring like 2, and then you can bring 5 mega nutrient and 5 dragon toadstool to craft like potentially 5 more max potion. But then again, the success rate is only like 65%, so there you go. I actually cannot see you. What the fuck? Oh no, it hurts. Oh no, it's bullshit. I want to give up already. Oh my god, how the fuck? I'm just drinking potion fighting against this thing. This is stupid. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, I know Elder is supposed to be hard, but that's just something else. I don't even know when I can attack. It's just gonna suddenly do a... Yeah, see? Too many sudden attacks, I don't even know what to do. And you have second hit of that one as well, cool. Now I gotta get hit again. I gotta get lightning. Jesus Christ. that's fast. Don't tell me you have different timing for that shit. Oh. Oh no, it's so random. Not that. That whipped? That whipped again? Oh! Oh! Oh my god! There's no way. I mean, I'm starting to doubt myself again. Like, there's no way that I'm struggling against all monsters right now. Did I search all these? Okay. 95% can fail. I mean, fair enough, there's 5% to fail. Okay. Oh my god, it's so stupid. I get lightning strikes on random, but it's not good in the game design. God damn. There's some self-respect. Fuck. I don't even know how to. I don't even want to get in when it does that. Oh yeah, okay. That's what I get for trying to punish the goddamn monster. I get it. What prompt attack it? Okay. That's what I get for trying to get in. How the fuck am I supposed to fight this thing? Look at that. Don't even want to get in when he does that. It's just random. Don't you love when there's no recovery on all attacks? Oh my god. It's too early. What? Jeez. I'm dead. I'm dead because my camera fucked me up, and I know that's gonna happen because I stood there. somehow there's a second hit. Okay. Of course. There is zero learning in this game against this monster. You want to learn against this? There's no way. Like I said, everything is RNG. You better pray to your goddamn god to fight against this monster. I'm out of heals. I have to use this. That hits? Okay. I don't see at any point that I can try to even punish this monster. That still hits. Cool beans, I know. Ugh, whatever. I am honestly trying my damnedest to learn how this monster behaves, but there's no way. There's no attack that I can punish at all. Whoa. Shouldn't have done that. Oh, why did it hurt so much? Shouldn't have tried that. I forgot about the two kicks towards the end. Maybe I can just... I guess if I'm trying to fight these kind of things, it's best to use Sword and Shield. It's just even the most parryable moves is a risk to parry somehow. Because sometimes it's just... Sometimes the parry counts and then I die for it. On a mystery second hit. Like the second hit is not supposed to exist, but it hits me. Deal certain damage to Kirin. I didn't even do that? Greed to Kirin. I guess I can do that. Greed to Kirin is a sub-quest too? Okay. I didn't even see that. I was like, huh? Greed to Kirin? How's it beaten again? Okay. okay, we did the sub-quest B. Hey, we take those. If the game tells you to do it, I'll do it. Ooh, I can dodge. Remember the double kick towards the end? After the double kick, I should be able to punish. One hit? I'll take that one hit. Attack boost large? Wow. I'm not playing parry anymore, don't parry! It's random. It's so small, it's so hard to aim with this little shit. Double kick? I assume double kick is just gonna hit behind. Hiya. Random. Normal explosion. I don't know why I tried that. Damn, that hurt. Shit. Still a little bit hard to time that one. I need to sharpen. Still hits, okay. Gosh, the wrong way. 6 times. I got greedy. It's okay, I don't want to heal for now. I want to fight with low health so that the guts are easier to trigger. Since I feel like most of the attack is gonna one-shot me anyway, so I feel like having low health is not that bad, I feel like. Oh, is it just disabled? Oh my god, gathering is disabled. I cannot even find extra herbs here. Too early. Oh my god, even that is too early. Shit. Yeah, I have to eat immediately before. That still hits? Insane. Miscalculated. That still hits. Hang while flowing. gonna reopen it. Okay, you suddenly kick. Get a heal. Okay. Okay. Sure, alright. The camera is gonna fuck me up now. Please don't. Ayo. Maybe I don't need to run when it's doing that big charge attack. So one more guts, two more guts, about two more guts. There's no need to roll now. Oh my god! I did. What? Why did you change your attack? Oh, yeah, of course. I'm not surprised. Maybe? Don't move. Thank you. Alright, this is my last chance. Okay, last chance. You cannot just do that! You cannot just suddenly change the moveset. You just had to do it. You just had to change the moveset on me. Even the sub-quest didn't give shit. Well, what now? I can't even beat Kirin. I can't even beat Zerudius. I mean, my mission is to fight... Yeah, my mission is to fight this one. Shit, I'm actually lost. I thought I had a chance, but now even I'm stuck at my mission quest. Maybe if I don't fight hardcore one, because that was hardcore. Oh, 5 stream streak? Hey, thank you. G5. Okay, so this is not hardcore, so it should be fine. That one is guaranteed hardcore. And 5 stream streak for Eevee as well. Thank you. I don't think I'm upset about this game currently. I think I'm more lost than anything. Like, am I missing anything that's making me feel so weak to so many monsters out there, you know? Like, there's no... I know monsters are supposed to be very strong, but it's a little bit too much. So it must be I'm missing something that I cannot go toe-to-toe with them, or it's just skill issue where you cannot get hit at all. Why do we have Vitalis music? You don't deserve this shit. So we still have this move. Okay, still hits. I get it. I don't understand how that move works. Sometimes I can dodge them, sometimes I cannot. I hate RNG in games like this where it depends on skill. Why do you put RNG in this shit? Oh, am I dead? Can I go through this? Nope. Instant? Okay. Too early. Instant? Okay. All these things I cannot punish. If I punish, I'll get punished for it instead. Only this I can punish for a few hits in. And if I get greedy, that happens. Nope, still too early. I didn't see what they're doing. They're literally standing in a place that we cannot go. Nice. Okay. Come on, I dodged. I was even spamming it. I know that I have enough time to dodge that shit. That's why I break the fall. I don't see no difference between hardcore and non-hardcore Kirin. Like, if this is non-hardcore, I might as well just fight hardcore. It's the same shit. Ooh, that hurt. Okay. Isn't it 5 times? Okay. Noted you can suddenly change direction to dash. It's not 5 times anymore. Something changed. Still too early. That move is so active, I hate it. Okay. Love getting hit by RNG. Love getting hit by RNG. There's no way to know that it's gonna strike there. That move is so annoying. Why is it so active? Okay, that is still 5 times. I guess that didn't change. This is 7 times. RNG. Shit, what? Lightning was to my left. Nope, still too early.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. Hi, Bori. That move is insane. It has no right to be this active. I'm dead. Alright, GG. Instant? Okay. Oh, ING. We love that. It's impossible to dodge that move. Why is it so active? Yep. Oh. I can't. No more heal. Oh, one more heal. Man, how far did that reach? officially out of heal. And he's just gonna spam this move now. Nothing he can do, I guess. Other than just hope that the Iron Jesus is with me. Ai, 妈的，真是。Horse is so small. Nope, cannot do it. It's RNG. Nope, cannot do it. It's RNG. I don't want to die to RNG. Oh. How far does this reach? Very far, okay. It's 5 times. Why are you going to places that we cannot go? Oh, it's trolling now. Yeah, it's absolutely trolling now. I swear to God, this game is somehow sentient and knows what I'm thinking. Oh my god, fuck off. I never want to see this shit again. It's not fun, it's not fun. I am having a terrible time. Plus my heartache is suddenly kicking in, it's not good. Okay, everything is fine. Deep breaths, drink some water, everything is okay. Fucking carrying this motherfucking horse. Yeah, I mean, world is bad, but this is something else. World, you have lightning. You have like lightning mantle. They can tank against a little bit. And you have foresight slash. If you're playing longsword, you can have some good defensive options. But this game where you have no defensive options, all you can do is just dodge the timing and pray to Iron Jesus that you're not gonna get struck by lightning randomly. When you're like probably 10 kilometers away, you're probably gonna get struck by a lightning. Like, there's so many good with this game. There's so many. But the bad just outweighs the good sometimes. It's crazy. It's an old Monster Hunter, I get it, but man. Okay, back to Rathalos. I think Rathalos is probably not going to be that bad. I hope. I mean, Rathalos is probably gonna fly a lot. In old Monster Hunter, Rathalos will probably fly 80% of the time. That's why I realized, like, the old Rathalos is super annoying, and then after World, Rathalos is like okay-ish. Still annoying, but not as bad. Okay, hopefully Rathalos will not make me feel like this anymore. I mean, it's Rathalos. Just use Tonfa, probably. Yeah, sorry Vori that you have to see me like this. I realized lately that I've been so down most of the time. Like, even playing my favorite game, it's not helping as much. Like, I know this year I'm going through a lot, but I cannot just use that as an excuse to, like, you know, it's not an excuse for me to have this kind of bad behavior. Oh. This is fine. Is this jungle? Oh wait, no, this is Great Forest. Thanks for the pets. Actually, big appreciate those. Lingering attacks? Yeah, Rathalos is not as strong. Why am I getting Rathalos after Kirin? And then there's Teostra. Okay, you broke the head, good. I mean, Rathalos is constantly fighting at the loading screen. I honestly gonna go there. This is what I get if I go there. Yeah, let me show you. I got lucky. If I find the loading screen, at any point I get hit, I'll move to the new map. And then it's loading screen, I go. Which is why you see that I don't engage most of the time when they're at the loading screen. I don't want to. It's not worth it. I cannot see shit, thank you camera. Oh. I tried. I wanted to like slowly change my direction. Oh, that scared me a little bit. There, see? This is what I mean. You get hit, you get knocked out. I mean, sure, you can do all these stuff, but it's just... I don't like when that happened. And also the small monsters will respawn, so it's a bit of a problem. There we go. I was like, are you not getting stunned at all? Oh, boosted the wrong way. Although I still have to mention, despite me bitching about this game and getting upset about the game, I am still genuinely enjoying this game. I really am. Right? There are some bad moments, I know, but honestly, I am still loving this game. I really am. It's great, it's great. Just there's some bad, definitely, right? I can't say that this game is perfect. Go. And I just realized so many games that I played is like it's so bad for my health. I feel like I enjoy Tekken so much, but then also Tekken gets me upset like never before as well. Like that is this game that makes me upset like never. Like there's no tomorrow. Are you drinking water? Are you eating meat? Oh, bye-bye. I just kind of feel bad whenever I feel like this, and then, you know, Chat has to experience it because it's not really part of having fun, isn't it? I'm sorry. But it's something that I really cannot, like, control a little bit. mate? Where'd you come from?
Yep.
Angry Kobold, you will yip? Will bonk? Yeah. Angry Kobold will yip. But then again, Kobold will yip. Anyway. I think this is good enough. I'm doing it. Can't believe I actually reacted to that. Stink? Butt spot, yes. Yeah. That is like the truest statement. Never realized how much execution this game needs. Like extreme style is fun and all, but man, inputting dash and stuff like these and remembering combos and shit, it's kinda tough. Maybe I should give myself some credit that I'm actually doing well. There we go. No, hi Astro. Wait. Have I said hi Astro before? I think I didn't? I don't remember, but hi. Hope you're doing good. I forget. I've been lurking while playing MTG. Nice. I started playing MTGA a little bit as well. Just a little bit, because there's still not a lot of playable dragons. There's still some, just not a lot. And my Sarkhan Planeswalker cannot be played. You know, like Sarkhan Planeswalker, I think it's at 9 health that I can summon every single dragon in my deck. It's like, ooh, okay. Basically, my whole deck will be summoned. It's like, oh shit. But I cannot play that anymore. It's like, no, my trump card, it's not there anymore. I wonder if the next set we have any darks. Yeah, I mean, there's this Phyrexian, alien-like creature. That's also pretty good. Also kind of hard. I kind of like it. Gogomoa? You are kidding me. Why am I fighting all these easy stuff now? I mean, I'm not gonna complain. Let's go. Hardcore. I can definitely do hardcore with this one. It's just go more. Yeah, hopefully next time with like more dragons that we can play. I mean, sure, each deck has like some dragons in there, but the dragons there just doesn't seem significant, you know what I mean? Like, they're not the main thing the deck has to offer. It's kind of a different feeling, I don't like that. Maybe I'm asking too much here. Res Bunny, hi! Is this that Monster Hunter MMO? Is Frontier MMO? I think Frontier is like... I guess a little bit of MMO, but I also think the MMO is more Monster Hunter Online. But I guess this is kind of MMO. Because there's this world selection thing. Yeah, probably. But hey. Bad idea. Oh, that's that. It is hardcore. Oh, I can hit the baby. I forgot. That sounded wrong, but you know what I mean. Yeah, to me this game is like, how do I identify Frontier? It's the only game where the game allows you to run with a weapon drawn, which is like the best thing ever. Jeez, I cannot keep up. Haven't seen any dragon specific decks. I have some dragon decks and dragons and decks, but just as additions, right? It's like the side character. I remember I had to jump through a lot of hoops, like signing up for a fake Japanese phone number and email to play the MMO a long time ago. Japanese phone number sounds like wilder than online. Yeah, it sounds like Monster Hunter Online. The Chinese, the China version of Monster Hunter. Because usually, if the game is from China, China, and then you can have like Chinese phone number, Chinese ID, just to play the game. Which I get, it's so fucking annoying. Same goes for Taiwan as well. I'm gonna eat now, have a good rest of stream. Okay. Have a good eat. You heckin' schnick. But this one is not much of a hassle. You can just get this game with in a Discord server. Get this game, and then you can make an account in a Discord server, and you can play it. Yeah, it's pretty easy. No hassle. When I made the Japanese PSN account to buy a game, it was only on the Japanese PlayStation store. Just had to put in some fake info and buy some yen. Yeah. Not a fan of region lock stuff, but I don't know. Who am I to say? Maybe there's some inner workings that's also very, delicate, that I don't know what's going on. Yeah. It's the only game with tone fire as well, this one. Which is my absolute favorite weapon. You get to fly around, punch the shit out of monsters. What's not to like about that? You can do that. Man, hardcore Gogomo is something else. I really underestimated this thing. There we go. Yeah, look shiny. Nice. I'm not even aiming for the tail anymore. It's too active. Yeah, I was like, I don't trust that, and I was right. What just happened? That was cool. What is happening? Why is there so many blood? There's suddenly gallons of blood pouring out. What did I do? Ow. There's no Lara yet, but there's a bird representation now. You can call. You can get a guaranteed call. What happened? What did I do? Whoa, holy shit. Is that my doing? It's going 8-bit. I think I can react to that. Stink. Explosive blood. I don't know what's going on though. Why did it suddenly explode in blood? It's the first time this happening. Notice like there's a flaming icon at the tail? Must be something to do with that. That was weird. It's just gonna keep moving around. I'll just stay in one place and wait for it. I mean, if they're gonna shoot the whoop the swoop, I'm just gonna wait in one place. See? Kinda works. Again, I don't know what I did. Holy shit! I broke the tail. Oh my god, the amount of blood is insane. That's wrong. What the fuck is going on? I mean, it's cool as fuck, but I don't understand. It's actually cool as fuck. And that's the kid that's running away. I'm never using this move. I use it once, it's not even that painful. It looks cool. But it takes like 10 years to charge. For a full charge, I mean. 10 years. Well, that was interesting. I never seen those explosion of bloods before. Blood? Is blood plural? Do we have blood plural in English? I don't think that's blood. She's a table slam. I'm so glad I cut out just a single table slam. It's good. Oh, Velocitron? You went from absolute bullshit monster to the first ever monster in the game. I don't trust you. Why are you doing this? I mean, sure, okay, I'm getting free stats. Of course I'll take it. What did I get? Yeah. Hey, it's calcium. Need to fight. Two of these, okay. Let's find this one. Let me... Oh, I should have played Switch Axe for a bit. Damn, look at the amount of items that I get just to fight a Velocitron. The Velocitron means business, what can I say? Look at this big raptor. What the fuck? Did you just teleport? You just did a shadow clone jutsu on me? Damn, that's impressive. I need that clip. I don't even know what's up. I need to clip that one. Oh, that was fast. That was 2 minutes. Hey, I'm not even gonna complain. This is free stats we're talking about. So context is that I'm doing all these My Mission quests, and I just found out that if I keep doing the My Mission quest, I get some sort of a passive stats. Which is probably why I'm like super weak right now, because I never did that, and then I'm trying to fight the burst species of Zeru Ryusu, and I'm stuck for about a month, I would say, that I couldn't win against it. I didn't die, but I also don't have enough damage to kill it, right? And every single attack one-shots me, so I feel like maybe there's something wrong. And I just found out that my mission thing is the thing that gives some passive stats. So now I'm going full force on the My Mission quest. It's all items. I'm gonna change weapon. Wait, can I bring this? Maybe it will give me more items. I mean, sure, those are like low-level items, but maybe they might be important in some way. I don't know. hey, look, it's you. I completely forgot about you. Hi. Oh, she hates me now, I think. Is this one super big? Misinput, but... I need to hold forward to charge. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. Now I'm trying to do the charge. Please chill. Let me do this. Thank you. I was trying to do this all the time. It didn't come out. That was cool. Hadouken! Got him! Oh, it's a bit slower than Tonfa. I mean, to be fair, Tonfa is very agile. Merp! Yep, hi. By the level of Kotomak, I see the most adorable kobold on my screen. Wait, I am interacting with the most adorable kobold too. Hi, Merp. I hope you're doing roll-tastic. Also, I tried out DOA last night. The core mechanics is very interesting. I didn't know it's a game where you have mind games, like a little bit like Killer Instinct, but different. More fast-paced, but less choices. I didn't know in a critical stun state you have a choice of making, I'm gonna grab you instead, or I'm gonna break hold you instead. It's like, oh no, I can see the high level gameplay of DOA is gonna be crazy. Didn't work. Oh. Yeah, the mind games is very insane. Like I thought, I mean, it's not as strong as Killer Instinct, but it's almost there. It's like a 3D version of Killer Instinct. Like, if you just spam the hold, you're gonna get combo into oblivion. Little rock, paper, scissors systems, like when you decide to do a hold, the grab deals more damage on you and so on. Yeah. Like, RPS is always like the bare bones of a fighting game. You can have RPS system in there. Because there's grabs, they're saying throws, right? There are throws, there's blocking, there's attacking. Like by far, I think the most RPS game that I played is definitely Pokken Tournament. Sometimes when I'm not sure, I just like to do the combo because I take less damage when I don't do a wrong hold. Yeah, it's like a hard read situation. I get it. 2K point ticket Pookie Farm. Should I do this? I mean, there's two Bodrum. Oh my god, it's free. It's hardcore. I don't care. Wait, I actually kind of care though, but it's okay. Where am I fighting? Great Forest? God damn it. Okay. I'm happy you don't play Crappy Ring, I mean Elden Ring. I do plan to play Elden Ring, I do. But I don't know if I want to stream it because of the elitist. Honestly, there are some games that I loved streaming back then that I didn't stream anymore, or as much. It's the elitist, right? The games like Deep Rock Galactic being one, sadly. I still play it sometimes, but when I stream it, it becomes extra stressful. And that being one, and Dragon's Dogma as well. You'll be surprised. I was playing Dragon's Dogma. Yes, of course, there's a lot of people who's like, yeah, experience this game, it's good. Like, thank you, you know, I appreciate that. And then there's like a few bad apples. They just be like, do this, you didn't get this? God damn it, you didn't get the strongest item in the game. God. Yeah. It's almost the same case, I get it. But I hate it. What? What do you mean there's one here? Yeah, I saw one in Division 2 recently. I was like, I hate people begging for help. They had 5 years to grind this game like as veterans. I'm more like, but the game is more for more people. Also why not help and create a fun and healthy community, right? People just don't get it. They want to be elitists, but they don't have that mindset to be the leader they're supposed to be. Oh, hi. How you both doing? Having a great day, I hope. Oh my god, chill. You're the hugest bowl I ever seen in my entire life. I could eat for 2 days. Please don't bring me to the next map. I don't wanna. Take me away. I didn't know the pigs would dig. I mean, I'll be surprised, I guess. Sorry, I should call them boar, but I'm still gonna call them pigs because I hate them. So when they're doing the digging down thing, it's gonna be totally iframe, I guess, no? The fuck just happened? Yep, they're gonna be totally invisible. Invincible, might I add. Damn, what the fuck just happened? Oh, can I attack? Oh, can I attack? Oh, 360 spin? Wow, whoa, 780, 720? 1080p? Wow, shit. And you did that thing again. This is insanity. Not only are they annoying to deal with, they have complete invincibility when they do that. Who thought it's a good idea? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Actually got a full hit then. I was at your ass, but that hits. I'm not even gonna question it. Yeah. Make a spin, I get it. Yeah. Yeah. There's a group search function on every game, but a lot of people just post toxic stuff there. I'm not surprised. Console community is very scary. Like, I'm not gonna judge, but I remember playing Resident Evil 6 on my PS3 back then. My god, the toxicity that I experienced over there is just something else. It's like, why are you not helping me if you're stronger than me? And why say that I'm a fucking child that needs help? You know? And I was like, I was a child. I'm fucking 16. What do you mean? I need help. God damn. You don't have to say that to me. Holy shit. I see this guy. Okay, I'll check this card afterwards. Give me a second. Let me just beat the shit out of this pig first. Real quick. Long though. And I cannot hit him again. And then I'm gonna get attacked. Oh. Do it again? No, not this one. How many times am I gonna do this misinput? Okay. There we go. It's not too bad. It's a little bit annoying when I don't see a chance to attack, but hey, they're just pigs. They don't hurt as much. Nice. Let me check. all you new players begging for help are funny. You had 5 years to grind this game like this vet. If you can't even grind to level 40 by yourself, then you may want to pick a different game, lol. The elitism is insane. Acting like the victim when you talk shit yourself, funny guy. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, sad, right? I mean, funny enough, when I was playing Resident Evil 6, there is the voice system. Which I don't have because I don't have the microphone to use it back then. But almost every single player that I encounter in Resident Evil 6 has a microphone. And every time, every single one, and I shit you not, every single one just shit on me for being bad at the game. Even though they keep dying, right? Because I'm bad. I didn't save them, so I'm bad, you know? It's like, shut the fuck up, please. You're dead. It's not because I didn't save you, because you don't know how to play the game. It's insane. I mean, I'm not gonna say like all console players are like this. No, definitely not all. Right? 100% not all console players are like this. But man, the bad ones are so loud. Also, did you know that I have a little friend? uh, well, a friend, more like I have a little plant at the side. Yeah, I'm holding it here. But you guys cannot see it. But I have a plant here that I've been taking care of. It's growing a little nub. Nice. It's a little nub. I think I've only been taking care of it for like... I think this is the 5th day. The 5th day. Makes me kind of happy when I see something that I take care of have some growth. I don't know. Maybe it's a sense of satisfaction. But I like it. I have a little plant friend now. Tidal Island, jungle, swamp. I like Tidal Island. I can do hardcore yen cuckoo. Oh yeah, Merp. If you want to play some DOA, like... I guess... whenever you can now. We can play some. If you want, that is. I mean, I'm just doing the my mission quest. I can? Okay. Then, after this quest, then I can try to open it up. Hopefully, I don't think it's as intensive. No. I can try. Like, the game doesn't look too fancy. Oh my god, I'm playing Monster Hunter World with this. Help! I forgot to control this. Okay. Fast. I'm doing it. The big boy. Oh, I got lucky. I forgot I can just do the side slash thing. My longsword brain tells me to press Y and B at the same time to do the fade slash. Oh god. The explosion. Yankee? Oh. Why not do it 3 times, says Ian Kuku. Each step hurts, holy shit. What hit me? Is it knowledge? Oh, why not do it again? Let's see. I haven't played in a while. Hope I can still do it. It's okay. I think I already played for like an hour, or maybe one hour and a half. So that balances it. Maybe, hopefully. I mean, I'm pretty much just spamming at this point still, so I'm like a button masher right now. Can I parry that? Oh yeah, also I play shit, what's the character again? The small female that do karate. Karate something me? I don't remember. Hito. Oh, I think that's her name, yeah. She's your main? Wow, that coincidence. Oh my god, the coincidence. I mean, I like karate. There's also like ninja, I think. A ninja, a wrestler, and a street fighter. You have only 4 characters in the free version, so the 35% chance isn't that much of a coincidence. But still, you have the whole character, you have the whole cast, right? I still think it's kind of a coincidence because, like, were you not to play all, like, the 4 core fighters? You have so many characters, and then you have Hitomi. And then the whole cast of like, Okay, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense now. But still 25%. I'm not gonna count that as 25% because you still play as the whole cast. You might have other domain. Okay, let me try the game. Let me change the title. If you're not ready, it's okay. I can go for like arcade runs and shit. My Steam. Trying out it with friend. Oh my god, there's 3 viewers. Someone is streaming this game? Shit. That's kind of amazing though. Okay. Where am I still? Oh, there it is. My Steam. Let me be super online. What games do we have? Super Mega Ultra Watch. Is people still playing? Are people still playing Overwatch? I actually have no idea. Ooh, wait, Dragon Age. Oh shit. Oh shit. How? $10? Oh my god. Sorry, 10 ringgit, not dollar. 10 ling out for this game. Oh my god. Ooh, this is 2010. This is 2020. I mean, sure, Dragon Age, but it doesn't really have dragons in there. Don't know why I'm so hyped about it. But this dragon back here looks good though. Is there dragons in the game? I don't know. Here, Dito o Alaipu. Don't know if my PC can handle it with all these stuff opening. And my PC's dying. Help. Help. Oh no. Maybe I cannot do it with all 3D going on. Maybe I have to become flat. I might have to become flat. No, wait, it's happening. Oh, okay, it's kind of loud. Sorry, excuse me. Can you join me over Steam? Let me try. Also, let me change some settings real quick. Yeah, it's like the classic Flash problem. So now that I have this, it's not gonna flash as much, or if at all. Yep, okay. It just changes the contrast for whatever reason. Maybe if I disable this. Okay, there we go. Nope, it's still the same. Also, I'm gonna set the options to the lowest possible, just in case. Wait. Oh, give me a second. I got it, I think. I'm joining lobby. Oop, 2 cobots in 1 room. Hi, Jade. What's there? There's voice chat going on. How do I disable it? Oh no, how do I disable voice chat? I see this, it gives me so much anxiety. The most favorite Xbox Live open mic bullshit. The ping. How's the ping? I didn't see. How do you check the ping? Oh, I see the ping. Let's go. The ping. It's from Malaysia to Germany. I get it. I'm blue. We are both blue. We're both blue. Let's go double Hitomi. I forgot to play this game already. Perfect time to steal. This will go good. It's not gonna go good. It's a miracle that the game is gonna work, I'm telling you. Our first country suffers very majorly. I was so tired at one point being casted in Chinese. Us? Yo, it's delay based? It's delay based! Oh no! Let's go. It's delay based. Oh, third hit. This is wild. Whoa. I want to be cool. It shouldn't be that bad actually. 230 MS at max. Ooh. Nice disrespect. Look. Oh, I tried. I tried to parry the third hit, but it came out really. I want to be cool. I want to be cool. This is bad. It's alright. I'm okay with this. The delay is real? Yeah. I'm not surprised. From Malaysia to Germany, it happens. If I get less than 180, 130 with VPN run, in Malaysia should be around 230. Yo, spoiled by good ping? It's not that I'm being spoiled by good ping. I can do jump kick. Oh. Ooh. Uh-oh. Ooh. It's okay, I don't know what's going on for now. I tried. Nice. Ooh, the reaction, I love that. Oh. Oh. I'm so sorry for this. The hold. The holds. You got them holds. I gonna hold once. Kobo should move to Germany. I don't have the funds. It's expensive. What? Oh. Oh. Let's save up together. I actually did it. Let's go. That was Pog. That was me spamming though, so it's not real. Legs. Ooh. Block. Ooh. I'm just gonna do random. I'm dead. Ow. Okay. I have one question though. How do you break throws? Because the throws are instant, right? It's not like Tekken. Oh, it has to be a read where in the RPS system you have to attack when they're throwing. Breaking throws by doing a throw at the same moment. Okay. So it's a read. It's more like a read than a reaction. Okay, okay. Thanks, Bert. Timing is tough. It's very tough. It's alright. I just started playing this game and it's a learning point. Us. Us. Alright, there's low strikes as well, I forgot. Oh, sorry. Oh, oop. Oop. Low. Great. Wasn't that greatest? Oh. Sorry. I don't know what's going on. That plus. I don't know if that's plus. Or is there even frame? There has to be frame counter in any fighting games. Ooh, cancels? Look at the big combo. Ooh. Hold is back H, right? Need to remember that. I'm still spamming too much. Burbus until his Yipleman. Yipleman! I mean, I'm not in my Yipleman. I need more yips. I need more yips. I think sidestep is a little bit redundant. Yep. Oh, wait, the yips! Wait, Jake, the yips are destroying my PC! Wait, Jake, too much yip, too much yip. This someone destroying my PC! Oh, it's fair, I did. Explosions. Ooh, I'm flying. Call. Yeah, call. I think call is fine. Oh. Let me try that. Oh, did I not do it? The timing, good shit. Can't. More yips. No more yips. I cannot more yips. Look, I want more yips, but my PC cannot more yip. If I do more yips, my PC will die. Call. Call. Ooh. Ooh, nice. Looks like that move can be hold after. It's like a... Only I can hold them. Ooh. I should be able to jab. I should be able to like block the jab low. You a plus? Oh! The tracking is insane to get up kicks. Kobushi wa atsui. Want to switch character? I don't think I want to switch character for now. I'll stick with Hitomi to like get the hang of the game. You can switch if you want, it's fine. This reminds me when I was playing Xrd, Guilty Gear Xrd, getting bodied by Gaijin for like 60 matches or something. And then Strife getting destroyed by... Like... What was that? To play is QT Gear XRD Revelation 2nd. XRD? Oh, it's a mix. Oh, it's a mix. I can fuzzy that one, I think. That's mean. You should just kill me there. Tataka. The grabber. What a read. XRD. I mean, I'm just gonna call it XR. Wait, why is only 4 available? This is Core Fighters. Legs. Oh! Oh! Did you know that I was gonna throw? Holy shit, that's insanely good. That move is punishable. Shit, what the fuck is going on? Oh, I'll take that. Mid. Let's grab. Ooh, smicks. Yes. He tried to kill me for grab. Me. It's okay. Yeah, I realize my timing is so predictable. This game timing is everything. Let's change my timing first. Us? homing grab? Grabs are homing? Oh no. This Tekken 8? This is... I can see this hand going out though. Were you trying to dodge the Merp, you're going insane. Low. The red. This is what we call beginner versus a veteran. Oh, wait, I can change the camera. Oh, shit. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, no. My D-pad is finally broken. God damn it. No. Let me quickly change. It's okay. I have extra controller here. Fuck. My controller. No, the D-pad is broken now. The down is like... The down is like gone. No more down button. You learn fast though? Do I? I actually don't know what I'm doing. Okay, it's all good. Okay. In this game, I feel like delayed hits are really good, or like slow hits are actually really good as well. We're gonna go ball. Legs. Mid. Feels like I know slice step now. This is the proper side step, I think. So I think normal side step is not gonna work properly. Did you know you can do KBD here as well? Hit me over the fence? Okay. Oh! Yo, let's go! Oh my god, Merp fabulous! I can't believe Merp is so fabulous. That's pretty obvious, right? Maybe I can change the... I think it's 4-4 PPH or PPK or something? Lakes. Lakes. I also love how, you know, they put 3D games or 3D fighting games as like the lows are like chip damage. I still like that. Oh. Wait, you can just change character on demand? That's kinda cool. Nope. There should be a punish for that. No, don't sidestep like that. So counter throw means that you know that I'm throwing, right? No. Ooh. Oh, I tried. It's my turn to be fabulous. Let's go. Whee. It's your turn to be fabulous. Let's go. Love to see it. Alright, there. That's the best stage interaction ever. That was by mistake. It's not real. Alright. Oh, this. Legs. Mid. Legs. Mid. Ooh, hell sweet. Me gonna stop for now, lunch ready at any moment. Oh, okay, kin. Thanks for playing. Fix Murp up. Uh-oh. Murp's getting picked up. Thanks for games. Lobby's been spent. No. Obligatory picking up. And me? Do I get the picking up? I hardly... Yeah, the dolphin's really good. I don't think that the online is there for this game. I'm pretty sure anyway. Picks up Tira too? Yeah. If you stand someone against a palm tree, a coconut falls down and can deal damage. No Cobalt Exodia. Exodia! Wait, if I'm being picked up, how do I do this? I think I can just like... I'm here now. Look at my broken legs. Nah, I like to be here. Power. Peats. A broken peats though. Those are broken peats. Why am I in the middle? I mean, I know why am I in the middle? What can I do? Arcade. So last night I played until hard. I can try champ. I didn't play rookie. I mean, the AI is probably gonna be very easy, right? Yeah, my pizza a little. It's there. Popularity of A study delay is so high. It's alright. I mean, it's kind of a miracle that it works already. Considering that this game is like 2019 or something, right? It's kind of old. Well, I wouldn't say old, but it's kind of dated a little bit, just a tad bit. And it handles online netcode pretty well, it feels like. Like, the FPS is still not dropping as much. Only some stutter, and I think that's already really good. Like, I played Tekken 7, and then I played from someone. I played someone from Canada. The game just straight out crashes. The sounds from rollbacks. This game is rollback? Damn. We don't mind that I won so much, and lots of people stopped playing because I didn't let them win. Nah, it's fighting game. You don't hold back. you go all out on me. It's fine. It's fighting game. That's how you learn. At least to me anyway. DOA had rollback ever since 4? What the fuck? A 3D fighting game with rollback? Insane. Tekken 8 only had the rollback. But yeah, it's alright. It's fighting game. Right? I don't mind losing. I mean, you see me play Tekken 8. I lose, I learn. Right? Even Street Fighter has rollback that's in this, which is shit. Yeah, I heard Street Fighter 5 rollback. Street Fighter 5, when they first introduced rollback, the game is literally just teleporting all around. But yeah, 2D game with rollback is not as surprising, I feel like, because it's 2D. 3D, you have to consider all the movement options and shit. It's way harder. Kakatekina. Water! The fuck is going on? Is that so? Crazy! Crazy! Oh, there's a whiff punish. What's rollback? Oh shit, that's a really hard thing to explain. But I can try. Grab. Oh, you can delay strings. Damn. Oh. Ooh, champ is way different. Oof. What the hell is that? Don't whip on me, bitch. I can react to shit. Don't. Ooh, damage. Don't know why I did that. Is that a low grab? Too easy. It looks like a low grab to me. I got lucky. Oh my god, the sweat is actually dripping. What the fuck? I don't know why. What? Why am I so surprised? Oh, he's a boxing girl. I'm so used to doing KBD now. Look at what I'm doing. Wait, we can just do this. Looks like a mini game. Is there a way that I can break that? There has to be a way that I can break that, right? Hey, Chao la, what is this? There has to be a way to break that. Nope, try every button. Feels like a win button. When it says combo throw, you have to press grab yourself. Right, it's a grab. I should be able to react to that. I mean, shit looks very slow. Do that shit to me again. I dare you. Is it after the punch or below the before the punch? Oh my god, it's so tight. Really? Oh my god. Nice spacing, asshole. I have a coach. I have a coach. Oh! Yeah, why not do it again? No! There. Kobushiwa Atsui. Min has one of the shortest moves in the game, but she's still strong. Yeah, like if I don't know the matchup, I just get deleted. Oh, I hate characters like this. I don't want to hurt you, but I need to fight. Fuck off, just fight! Stupid! Don't be like all goody two shoes or some shit. You are here to fight, not be good. It's fine, we understand. There's a reason to fight. I get it, don't worry. We'll move? Why do you move like Kasumi? Or like the character you played? Oh, hey, look, it's Kasumi. Legs. Legs. Because Phase 4 is a Kasumi clone. Oh! Oh. Legs. I have two Kasumi. One is more than enough. You never know when people need more Kasumi, though. Hardest character in my opinion, she is so execution heavy, it's literally insane. Ooh. Why is... Yeah. Get down. Why do you like to fly so much? Nice. Butt plug tail. Let's go, butt plug tail. At some of the sweat dripping from a fighting game makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't know why though. Oof. Oh. Are they input reading? I mean, classic computer input read, I guess. I made Zato in QTK and people say he's hard. Zato is hard. We dodged that. Hatsui. Can't believe you main Zato. Oh my god, what kind of grab is that? Your turn, asshole! Nope. Feels good to dodge things. Oh, they read me. He's really not. I find it so harder than him, although I do come with subtle stuff on my mind. Oh. Tried to get before was saying I couldn't really get into it. I tried to main Ramlethal, but maybe she was too hard. Ramlethal? I feel like Ramlethal is my bane of existence. I played in day one as I got the game, so only recently started moving into different characters like Chips, Shit, Nuff, and the Lord Dandy Dandy. We love Dan. We love Dandy Dum. What the fuck? What is my PC doing? Are you Xiao Yu? God damn, everything whiffs against you. Oh no, you're actually Xiao Yu. God damn. Why do they have to have Xiao Yu in this game? God damn. Disgusting. Oh, they're input reading now. The moment I press the button, they attack. Uh-oh. What the fuck is going on with PC? Hello? Yes. You cannot just grab every time I hold the guard button for a split second. You cannot just do that. I mean, you can because you're NPC and you're input reading, asshole. But okay. Shut the fuck up. What is that? Duck this. Duck this. Oh wow, they. I cannot hold. Oh, I cannot hold on neutral. I'm gonna die. Why am I trying to hold on neutral? My legs are broken. Jesus. How many times are you gonna break hold? Huh? Yeah, it works. If it works, don't change tactic. 85% of basically every character except Lord Pop and Nago with meter. You look like a side character. Oh, you're Huarang, okay. Oh. If it works, it works. The noob character. I mean, even the stance is like so basic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all the rig mains out there. Ow. Ow. Oh my god, the moment I did the break hold, they grab. Of course, I'm not surprised. The grab then they counter throw. We love input reading. The moment, break hold, grab. Lunch ready? Me gonna go nom nom nom. See you soon. Okay. Have good nom noms. Have heckin' wonderful nom noms. All right, time to eat shit. I guess I'm gonna play the hardest difficulty. When I only play for how much? 2.4 hours. It's enough. Let's go. True fighter. Gonna watch Full Metal Alchemist? No, I'm scared now. Like I know people say that it's really good, but if something were to happen to the dog, I don't think I want to watch it. I don't think my spirit can handle it. But hi, Raider. Next. You're worried about the dog? Yeah. I still don't know what the meme means though. Like suddenly, like never mind, it's fixed or something. What? Oh no, you're a grappler. Are you a grappler or are you a breakdancer? Yeah, no break hold with that. War's yours. War is yours. I don't want a wall. The walls are scary in this game. Why do you have wings? Oh, Tengu. The fuck? Ooh, launching throw. Oh shit. My god damage. Grappler or something, this character? Ew. Ew. Like, get the fuck out. Oh, nice. Ooh, high crush. What the fuck? Oh, it's not even a high, it's a full screen attack guaranteed. It's a full screen guaranteed unblockable. That's lucky. Oh, the delay. Oh no, they suddenly know what I'm doing. Like, I mean, in fighting games, it's really hard to make AI hard without input reading, because in Tekken 7, I think Tekken 7 don't have as much input reading. Wow, see what I mean? Yeah, it's really hard to balance hard and input read. Yeah, what the fuck? Wow, disrespectful little bitch. That's great. Ooh, what a whip punish. Really? Why can't I do it all of a sudden? Oh, oh no. Ooh, it's getting weird. I'm gonna do this. I just wasted all the breakage. I'll take it. What the fuck is going on? She has a goddamn grounded grab. It's a king. We have a Tekken king going on.
お掃除しちゃいますよ。おっ
Delayed. I think they are trying to grab. Ooh. The moment I pressed guard. Oh, I got greedy.
まあ小さいバラにも血のバラ咲かせてあげる。全力でいく。
Oh shit, holy shit. Like oh shit. Forward kick is really good.
可愛がってあげるよ。壊れるまでね。
And this is the Nina
全力でいきます。
in Tekken Nina. Or not. Why is that stance? Sorry, missed it. Oh no. Oh no, can I press a button? Oh no, all the input reads are coming out. Zafina, oh right. Can I not break hold? What the fuck? What was that? Why can I not break hold?
どう？私の拳はもう一
瞳手加減はしないぞ
Oh, you know each other? Like trying to disrespect too much. Oh no, Schmix. You can't just grab whenever I press guard for a split second. Oh no, really? Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, the second jab. Fair enough. They break hold the second jab. There's like less than a quarter of a second to react. You know what? In a way, I kind of miss input reading AI, but at the same time, I hate them. It's a mixed feeling. Oh no. Oh, can I not break hold with it? This is the Yoshimitsu of Tekken. Dead or Alive. Yeah, it's definitely the Yoshimitsu of the game. Damn, that's a lot of damage for the hold. Whoa. Oh, that was bad. Oh, the Yoshimitsu is too serious. What is this? Oh, I forgot I cannot hold block. I cannot press block. If not, they would just throw immediately. This time I didn't press block and then they didn't throw. This map is killing my PC, by the way. That was bad. I can just spam that. Let's go, back forward punch. Back forward punch. Why are you Yoshimitsu? That whipped. I got lucky. Nudge over. Nice, welcome back. Oh, that's all of them. Okay, wow, holy shit, the input read. Input read is not fun to deal with, but man, it's pretty okay. It's Ayane. I made her before Hitomi. Ayane is the most mobile character in the game. Yep, Yoshimitsu, alright. I mean, towards the end, she just pulled up all the stops wanting to kill me. All the spins and tornadoes and shit coming out. Well, I mean, I did the hardest difficulty, not in the best way possible, but I did it. Dang. True fighter. Then if I go rookie, what's gonna be? How's rookie's gonna be like? How's rookie's gonna be? God damn it, English is too hard. Hi noob. My PC's dying from this. Oh shit, do you move when you're a rookie? God damn. I assume I can just do this, right? They're not gonna hold. A quality game plan. This is a quality game plan. Get chopped. Chop. Get chopped. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that. I meant to do QCB punch. There's an even higher difficulty you can unlock. Ooh. Are you Hanzo? Oh, Hayabusa, okay. Chop! 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 QCB! QCB! Oh! Hi. Oh, I love it when they don't duck my highs. I love it when they don't duck my highs. And they just let me get away with murder. Oh! No, you cannot block. You're a rookie. There we go. You're not supposed to block when you're a rookie. Let me teach you KBD. You do back down. Oh, I'm sorry. Here, you do this. Oh wait, can I do like... And then launch? Oh! Oh, I mean they can hold at any moment, right? No combo is real unless they're airborne. Brother! Let me hold! Oh, thank you! You bully? Look, they bullied me just now. Now it's my turn to bully them. I got bullied at True Fighter. Oh shit. You wanna close it? Back forward punch! Back forward punch! Back forward punch! Also go forward punch! Oh, nice. Did you know you can do this dance? Hey, let me show. Do you know you can do this? Do you know you can do and then you cannot do it back, but you can do it forward? Whee! I'm sorry? Ooh. Ow. Back for punch. Love to see it. Punch straight to her face. Yeah, punch straight to her face.
拳が熱い
Shit, this game is fun. No. QCF throw plus throw.
無限転身の名にかけて
무겐 텐시 no nani kakete.
いきます
That one? Ooh. Bang! Damn, that kick on the head though. Ooh. Ooh. Get up. Let me throw. They can break that second hit, right? I see a combo hold there. A combo throw. Or like counter throw or something. Oh, you can do down grab. Down for 2 times throw is also cool. This one. Wait, the range of the grab? What the fuck? Wait, that grab was so long.
私の拳はもう一本やる
It becomes a special move when opponent is back to a wall, so it can wall splat to do more stuff. Oops. To the wall you go. Hey, walao eh. What the damage on the throw? What the fuck? Oh my god, the damage on the throw. Oh yeah, backsway? I mean, it's not really backsway, but it's something. Where are we back to a wall? Backwards plus throw. So it's essentially a side switch. I like this guy. I want to play as him. Oh my god, I like Zack. Hi. What do you do? Can you do this? Can you do this? That looks wrong, I'm sorry, but... Hey. He can shoot laser throws. Oh my god, I love him already. Oh, wait. Wait. What? You can delay strings? That's a huge delay. Oh my god. Mind games.
拳が熱い
Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳が熱い Oh my god. 拳 I mean, delay strings in fighting games is really strong, especially on high level play. He told me it's this. Oh wow! This one. Look at oh my god, the delay on this shit. Holy shit, that's so good. I hate this person. Please perish, thank you. I don't like you. I don't like you. Yeah, get your head kicked. Bobo doesn't like you, now you get your head kicked. Homing throw, baby! Homing throw! Yeah, dude. When your back is against the wall, there's much stuff you can do, you told me. Hey, it's you, Yoshimitsu. What's that? Os? So you can delay strings and let them with the oh, this one? This one is super delayable. So first two hit is not delayable. First two hit into forward punch is very delayable. Back? Huh? Greatest! Greatest! Yo, oh my god, Rookie is so tough! Holy shit! I can't believe I won! I can't believe Rookie is tough as balls! Sorry if I info dump here, it's alright. It's not really info dump when it's only a few messages, don't worry, it's fine. Will I be... Do I even dare to try to go online? Like, if I even gonna see anyone play this game online? Like, to be fair, if I were to play online, expect to be body because there's gonna be veterans only in the game. Let me see. Okay, how do I change criteria? Connection... Region nearby? Any. Winner stays, Kumite versus any. 1. Kochi. Oh, that's a good connection though. I am finding Chin. Hi. I forgot about. Can I like disable the fucking voice chat? Heat effect, dirt, all off. I don't like it. Please don't tell me that there's no. Are you serious? I cannot disable my microphone here. And you know what's funnier? I think... Oh, could you hear my voice just now in the lobby, Mer? Because I feel like if you can hear my voice, it's gonna be like very high-pitched. It's gonna be very high-pitched because I think the default... I heard the whole time, so the default is probably gonna be... Let me check. So, the default is voice mod. Yeah, default is voice mod. So you can hear my voice being very high pitched, right? I don't want to play online anymore. Fuck. I cannot disable this shit. Yes. What if I disable my mic and I type with the keyboard when I play online? I don't even know if there's anyone inside. Looking for a solution? I don't think there is because it's Steam version. If it's Windows version, yes. If Steam version, no. Sorry. I don't think there's a way to disable microphone access with Steam. I mean, I tried to find it when I was playing Killer Instinct, but yeah, Killer Instinct has the same issue where it will force you to use your mic. You cannot change it. And I fucking hate it. Oh, I can buy stuff. Whoa. Oh, I can buy stuff. Whoa. 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 Oh, I can buy stuff. Yeah. Adept shopper. Someone called me. Give me a second. God damn it. I thought it's the I thought it's the lawyer calling me, but it's not. The goddamn scam call. Cannot believe it. There are some really showing outfits. Really? Oh, you can change hairstyle. Maybe I shouldn't be shopping while I'm playing, like... I feel like it might be a little bit dangerous. Oh, hell yeah. Scrub. Yes, I'm a scrub. Let's go. It's all safe to see on Twitch, but you can argue about that. Then, yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be fine since my channel is 18 plus and I have sexual content like the tag going on. So it should be fine. Oh, deluxe, deluxe costume. Okay. Oh, hey, look. Oh, hey, look. It's just taken over again. Someone thirsts for this. I'm telling you. Like in Tekken. In Tekken, you have Azucena in bikinis. Yeah, it's normal. Morphing. Oh, that's pretty cool. He told me he's what? Really? That's really cool. But she looks Japanese though. Like even the facial structure is like all Asian. Her dad is Japanese, I believe, but she's born. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's alright. Alright, here comes the scrub. Let's go. Connection quality. Oh, wow, that's a nice parameter. I'm quite matching previous. Yeah. Oh, there's no training ground? No. Yes, there is. Oh. Maybe if I go to training. Training and then matchmaking. Wait, no. Hell yeah, look at that. It's stylish. Chamber potential. You have to go to free training there, you can set it to search report. Oh, that's... Didn't expect that. That's nice. Since low holds are performed while crouching, they are allowed to evade high strikes. Oh. No tracking. Oh, this one is tracking. Oh! Oh, wow! It's actually not bad, like, for a game like this to have such detailed... Well, it's not very, very detailed, but... It's something. The weight of the character also matter. Heavy opponents can be launched as high, so if you choose a fat character, you're not gonna be launched. Anyway, challenge standby? Yeah. Accept? Yes. Reconnect. I assume? The only exceptions are launches or stun opponents. Oh yeah, that's fair. Oh, it's in stun state. To be fair, this game is like the mids and highs are not very obvious. Like visually, I thought it's a mid-mid, but it's a mid-high. You know what I mean? This is obviously mid. That's a mid. Yep. That's a high. Yep. That looks like a high. This is definitely a high, duckable. I leave like this. I think he told me it's a little bit like Paul as well. Can you like block all after this? Training settings. Got all. There, okay. So that's not real, of course. That's a natural. This is definitely a natural as well, right? So is this natural? Nope. You can block it. So since the fastest move to me is like 10 frame, even the down jab is like 14 frame, 15 frame low, minus 10. So this is punishable. This is 11. This is 12 on block? Wait, 12 on hit? Shut the fuck up, how is this 12 on hit? Minus 12 on hit, shut up! Plus 6 on hit, okay, that makes sense. This is on hit minus 12. I can still get punished by it if I hit this. I mean, at least the second hit makes it safe, you know, minus 9, no range. Oh, this. Mid high. Oh, there it is. So it's either mid high high or mid high mid or mid high or mid mid. I mean, this is safe, why not abuse this? I'm only minus 9, you're never minus if you're not a bitch. This one looks stuckable, yeah. I can definitely react to this if I play more. Right? Mid high, right? I can definitely react to this. High mid. On hit plus 16. That's when the mind game comes in. The opponent doesn't know if you stop your string. Yeah. That's why it holds and shit. High punch, mid punch? All the highs. This is so strong. Up forward hold. Mid kick, mid punch. Oh wow, I didn't know. All the lows, down back hold. Forward is kick, backwards is punch. That's a little bit specific. This one is highs in general. So it's like high punch and mid punch. Is it strong? Fair enough. If this deals a lot of damage, it's a little bit unfair. He told me only counter? Yeah. Figures much. Looks very unique, you know what I mean? Because this is the whole animation. So high, mid, low. And then this one is karate because Lydia has this counter as well. Lydia Sobieska, also a karate, also has this counter. So it's like, ooh, that looks like a proper karate counter. One thing that's special is that everyone has a generic generic crouching throw. which is like it's very special to me. Do it again, but press punch or kick after. Oh. Oh. I'm plus what? I'm plus 26. I can do whatever I want. This is 18 frames. Boost. Oh, that's -9. Ooh. Actually, I'm surprised. Like, oh, this is safe. Oh, all this heavy hitting stuff is safe. And then you have this shit is -11, and then this shit is -12 on it. Yeah, I'm not surprised that no one's playing, right? Deal with some strings, you can hold one for more power. Punch, hold, punch. Oh! But can you hit confirm out these -12? No. No. Is there like a random guard? No, there's no random guard, so I cannot test. But it doesn't look like you can hit confirm this or this. But then again, it's like a string, so the follow-ups are all safe. One thing that upsets me about this game though is why give us the option to sidestep like this when I cannot sidestep anything, or to my knowledge, where we have to rely on this so much. So delayable. Oh, it's just short charge. A charge ball does a guard break on blocks, so the opponent doesn't get the frame advantage. I'm +8. Oh yeah. I forgot, kick hold is also a thing, right? Yeah, this is kick hold. This is very different from like the Tekken thing. Because usually highs are safe, but this one is a little bit different. Hi Brecky. I think the English way to say that is whip my ass and not wipe. Me German brain cell. But I understand the expression. I'm not gonna whip your ass though. I don't think I'm that good. But Tekken, yeah. Yeah. I just have some fighting game knowledge and that's pretty much it. When your back is against the opponent, press strong punch? What's strong punch? PK? Oh, PK, okay. Tia! Yeah, I have it on left button. This is the default setting. What's this? Hey! Hey! It's a taunt. It's a taunt. It doesn't do anything. Oh, taunt is left trigger. Okay. Down taunt? Oh no. What are you doing? You don't just cow like that. You're not a cow. Why are you becoming a cow? Oh, is there like direction taunts? Ikimasu? Direction taunt? I also love how they side switch as well. The little details. And also punches. Some move switches your stance, which I feel like it's like the most realistic thing you can do. Because in Tekken they don't have side switch, you know? They don't have like, oh sorry, stance switch. Only Hwarang has it. How do I explain? I do a taunt, so now he told me it's like right side to the front, right? It's a very small thing, but I find it very nice. Every time I look at the fight like this, Mortal Kombat has this, by the way. Yeah, do a thing. Now it's left side on the front. Yeah, I love it. It's like the detail. I like it. I like it. And then even movement stays the same when they're on the stance, you know? Did I just do a waifu? Why is there a waifu in this game? Waifu. I play too much Tekken, help. I'm having Tekken brain rot. Also, hi Brecky. Okay, thank you. I don't know if I said that. The Uwu dash. Oh yeah. Why can't Hwarang be fucking normal and not switch his fucking stats for a single fucking second? Why is he like Muhammad Ali with his footsies? Muhammad Ali. Footsies is kinda hard to play in this game because everything just reaches so far. Well, not everything, but do you see the reach of this shit? Whee! Almost half the screen. And this one? Yeah, look at that. Even this? Yeah. So footsie is a little bit hard to play, I think, in this game. But it still exists. Yeah, like this, look at that. It switched stances. Back for punch. Left punch, right punch. Ooh! Huh? Wait, maybe? Bang. There should be a display that shows you the range. Fight screen info. Skill detail, fight messages. What? Other settings. Not seeing it. Right stick click during training. Oh, wow! Do you know, Kobo, you know about the game Fusies? Yeah, I know. I've been playing it for a bit. It's like a silly little indie game made by one of the top Street Fighter players, I think. Yeah, it's so fucking cool. I bet you'll be a master of the combo challenges. I tried some combo challenges for Hitomi. Some of the close hit, like close hit, last hit, it's a little bit inconsistent. I don't know how it works. So, like some enders requires you to do. What's the? Shit, I forgot what it is. Oh! I didn't know about this move! I forgot, there's one juggle that causes them to flick back. Yeah, I'm just gonna show you. I mean, I did the combo trial a bit. Also, yeah, I play Fusies, but I cannot win against Whip Punisher. It's really hard. Yeah, something like this one. Just learn Fusies. I know my game Fusies is shit. Yeah, me too, man. Oh, PK. Of course, I'll go back. Yeah, that one. Sorry. Dash forward and do close hit. Do I even have enough time to do that? I did a micro dash there. I did the micro dash. Oh wow! I have to dash so much. And then I did this one, so that's a selection. I have to do a deep dash. It's like doing a deep dash electric. But deep dash death fist. Oh, this is the last one that I didn't do? Oh, it's getting dark. Oops. Give me a second. Yeah, it's getting really dark. Maximum gain. As a Zato main, I do not stand in the corner. I don't know how Zato main plays. Not gonna lie, it's so weird to see 1 to 9 inputs in the 3D fighter. I mean, it's fine. Hi Lex. Milk. Back P! Called QCBP! Oh, it's down for punch. It's this. I think I can buffer this. So when this hits, yeah, I can definitely buffer this. There we go. I know the timing now. So this launch. Oh, does it not work? What else launch do I have? What was that? Is it stun her before you launch? Oh, then she's a launch higher. Oh, then she's launch higher. It was stun like that? I have been breaded. Nice job. Loathsome legs? Wow. Then we're all loafing on legs because Jade is holding us. Hope you're doing good, legs. Why does Dio have such strange tech? I don't know. Like outfoot punch. How does a stun vary the launch height? Oh! Yeah, that's very high. Too late. Ooh, it's a risk. Also, I'm surprised that this game doesn't have while standing motions, while standing attacks. I would note it down as German engineering. And being at the moment being puddled up. Being puddled from heat yesterday, it could pour me into a glass. Spooder. How is the kicks? It's a little hard, this game. And very fast paced. She's on launch at the forehead, she'll fall over. So you have to count your hits. I see. Ooh, I don't know how to do that. Demonstration. Here! Damn. Sorry. Tia. The dash timing is kind of tight though. Oh, so if two of the same hit, they don't work. Okay. That works. A little far away. It's kind of funny. forgot what I wanted to do. Oh yeah. I cannot remember. I'm just gonna say, awakening a sudden need to develop a touch of death combo on Slayer in me, but technically, I see Slayer do some nasty damage. Some to the clips. How does it count critical hit? I think this is just like basic hit property at this point, the critical hits. The most interesting character to play in my opinion is Honoka. Almost the entire moveset is a mix of moves from all the other characters. Oh shit, it's like Seth in Street Fighter 4! As I said, with his 100-meter move, he safely deals 85% on everyone except Potemkin and Nago. Oh! Not even the string, just one big hit. Hey, sounds like a hit from Dragon Ball Fighters. Stand back against the wall and press up left plus strong punch kick. If you're back against the wall and press... Okay, back against the wall. Switch base with me. Back against the wall, press up left. Strong punch kick. This one, right? This is up right. But it's also... I must have messed up. You're too far from the wall. Okay, wait. I cannot do close circle punch. Switch sides. And then... Oh! It's Tekken stuff. Let's go. Also works with kicks. Alright, switch sides. It's only like PK though. Is this Hitomi or on everyone? Hitomi only? But you're making me consider things I would never consider. Buy DOA 6! Just play the core fighters. I have a strong kick on RT. Is there strong kick? Oh, HK! Oh, HK! Oh, you call them strong kick? So PK is strong punch, and then HK is strong kick. Stream that? Huh? It looks fine on my end. Anyone else can confirm? It looks okay on my end. Me back? Oh, okay. Did you do it? Yeah, I did. Come here and get punched. Oh. She has a unique style of attack where she lies on the ground with her back down. Ooh, the details. King of Fighters still costs $60, just like DOA 6? Really? I mean, DOA 6 you have the Call Fighters, you can just play with 4 characters, it's fine. See, I'm playing this game for free, hell yeah. What? Chop. I love to play the whole raw, play with the whole surprising the full version on Xbox. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the game is not cheap. it's very expensive. I don't think I can find online matches, or that I kind of don't want to as well. Like, you know, people are gonna hear my voice. No speed. Even if I were to main Phase 4, I would need the full version and her DLC, right? Where's Phase 4? I don't see Phase 4. You passed her? Did I? Oh. Oh, who did? Of course. Like, no, wait, no. I don't think I passed so many times. Hi, Toonbolt. Yep. Cowboy friend.
Yep.
Also, give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights.
Yep.
It's getting really dark. Yep. I'm back. Kobo friend. And then the Kobo. Phase 4 is legit the hardest character in any fighting game ever. Watch me. I mean, I play Kazuya. I can try as well, but I'm not gonna buy the game. I'm tight. I'm financially tight. I can just buy games for now. If I can, I want to buy like Helldivers and something. Boys. I believe in my execution a little bit. That hurts. Maybe I will buy Facebook for you just to see you do the combo challenge. Oh god, no, it's gonna be so expensive. Merp, no. $80? Hi. Is it really $80? I mean, if it's $80, then it's gonna be... Give me a second. Storage. Do I have to buy the whole DLC for it? I have to buy the deluxe edition, question mark? To get Phase 4? Oh, I have to buy the deluxe edition for Phase 4! Oh my god! Okay, check this out. The deluxe version costs 305 ringgit. And I shit you not, it's 305 ringgit. Just the game itself is 230 ringgit. Oh no! I can't. I don't think I can ever. Ooh. 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 I mean, 305? I think that's like... 461 DLC Sims? That much? Oh, you're right. I mean, the DLC is all like, what do you call that? Costume stuff, right? Yeah, it looks like it's all just costume stuff. Sexual content? Nudity? Is it safe to look at it? I don't think I want to risk my channel being banned. Hey. Oh, Lex. If you consider buying away for a sale, only is that it's not worth it, set. Fair. I saw a lot of bikini costumes, a lot of bikini costumes. They know their target audience? I think, yeah, they know their target audience. It's not those who want to play fighting games, it's the one that wants to... how do you say this? The one that wants to... I mean, look at Booba, I guess. But of course, you know, there's like a rare few, like me, and also like someone else as well. Also play this game for the fighting game. Combine? What's a combine? On hit throw. Oh, you're king. How tight is this? I have to be slow? I remember in DOA 1 there was an option like, how bouncy do you want your... For what it's worth, 460 out of 463 are marked as sexual content. 461 out of 463 are nudity, so there's one nudity that isn't sexual. True. How is a nudity that's not sexual? That's the question, isn't it? I don't even understand. To the foe in the air, half circle forward. Oh no. Oh, I have to press immediately. SSS while crouching to an opponent performing a break. Hold. Oh no. You need me to be in crouching. There's no way. I have to crouch. In this game, you crouch by holding hold. Oh no. I'm curious. I couldn't hunt that one single one down. Good luck, fellow kobold. You got this. Nuh-uh, I ain't buying DOA 6 Deluxe. 5,000 rubies for Booba moment and Phase 4. Excuse me, but I already bought Guilty Gear Daredevil Edition once for 8. Strange to have duty that isn't actual. Just most media and NA tends to not do that. Unfortunately, it was hard to sit in my wallet. It just works. Hold back throw. Let me grab that. It just works. I feel like I'm in a Billy Mays infomercial. It just works. How the fuck do I do while crouching? While crouching back forward. There's no way. Can you show me the input? Because you have to hold down and you have to do forward back throw while crouching. There is no way to Okay, I have a fundamental question here. While crouching, you have to press forward, you have to be uncrouched. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? Come on. Unless it's like while crouching, I can do that as well. So, down forward, down back maybe? You have to press it really, really fast where you get out. That is insane. Oh, I did it! See it? See that input? Oh, you don't fucking... Oh my god. But it counts as a back throw though. See, I did it there, but it counts as a back throw. It counts the back throw. Basic move? This is not basic move. I did it. I actually fucking did it. What the fuck? Trying to circle forward. It's impossible to do it with D-pad, so... I'm doing it using the. I'm doing the forward back motion with the analog stick. That's it, right? It's so inconsistent. I did it twice, but it only happened once. 50% what the fuck are throws in this game? Oh no. The point in the air. KP. Oh. Can he even get throw broken in a string? Or is it like, King, if you mess up, you're off to a right of broken bones and ruined dignity? Kind of fun. Alright. Delay. Yeah, I have to press it very slow. Yeah. I have to press it very slow. This is so weird. Okay, PK. Oh. Oh. Hey look, it's Zangief. Oh, wait, upward peaky? Ooh. Stage specific. Oh. Damage. Hi, my friend. How you doing? I'm doing pretty okay. Yeah. Haven't been able to catch your streams. I hope you are doing fine. Yeah, I'm doing pretty alright. Yeah. It's okay. You don't need to force yourself to like get to my stream. I just appreciate whenever you're here. Or anyone for that matter. But yeah, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hiya. really? How fast I have to do it? I love destroying my ear every time. What the? Oh. Oh, wow, I have to wait until you hits a wall. Or hits the floor. You're gonna let her hit the ground first so you can relaunch. Oh, shit, okay. What game is this, by the way? This is Dead or Alive 6. Yeah. What? Do I have to delay or press it immediately? That's definitely half circle forward. Never heard of the game? Yeah, fair enough. How's Masanta? It's pretty good. I like Masanta. Did some good progress there. Did some of my missions as well. Taken but Puma prevail. Yeah, sounds about right. Near a wall. What? There we go. What's this bullying? I don't know. Wall break to win. I mean, it's... Look, it's Dead or Alive. This is hard to time though. Yeah, it's very hard to time. Oh, up kick. Oh, up back kick. I love how my PC is slowly dying playing this game. I can do it fast, but I can delay the second hit. There we go. Oh, is that everything? I mean, I'm back again. I think that's everything. Oh, well, okay. I mean, the hardest one is definitely the grab. Like, this grab. Oh, first try, baby. Every color is 20. Hi, Tikaka. Woo! Tikaka! Hello. Look at my cutting frame. Frame gun. I'm getting hungry. Permission to enter. Come up. There's Smurfteria and Toon in there. Yeah! I wonder if Toon had found the one single non-sexual nudity. Oh, the game died. Did it? Okay, no. It's typical. I'm allergic to poop. Oh no, Toon's gonna be allergic to me. More combo to the combo corner. The new Ring DLC released by currently streaming online, so I won't be watching any stream playing it. I won't watch anyone play it because I'm gonna play it myself, but I don't think I'll just stream it because the Elden Ring or like the Souls game community is very scary. There's Booba and then there's Booba and then there's Booba and then Booba. Wow. Look, the thing is, if the characters weren't human, well, I'm not allergic to it. You know, but human Booba is, it's alright, I guess. It's only alright. And then there's Bob. I'm a fan of Bob. Hey, we like Bob. Bob's a nice game. Bob's a nice game. Bob for TK8. Yeah, where's Bob? I mean, Bob's Burger exists in the urban square in Tekken 8. No, I might not be a good Souls gamer, but I've been the whole game with a bow. I'm not good. I just don't want the elitists to see me play being bad at the game. I am terrible, horrendous at the game. I'm gonna take it slow. But I remember me playing Elden Ring back then it was fun, but also at the same time there's so many backseating going on, it's insane. I was not having a good time. I was having a good time playing the game, but I was not having a good time streaming the game. Screw the elitists. I just don't get why they would behave like that. It's insane. I'm gonna go get food. And Cobble's hungry. And Cobble's very hungry. Grab him and screw them into the nearest plank. Backseating is awful sometimes. Backseating, unless prompted? Right? Unless I ask for help, then you can do it. Or like some tips and tricks is like fine, you know? Just don't be like, oh, you're gonna get this item, it's gonna break the game, it's too strong. Oh, you play for summon, oh, you suck, pussy. Like something like that. It's like, you know? It definitely happened. I was playing with Jellyfish and then people say that, oh, you play for summon? Oh, you know you don't want to play, you're not true Souls gamer. I'm not. But can you shut up? You know? It's just a terrible game to stream. I found the two that are nudity for what it's worth. Oh shit, two. Having trouble finding the one that's easy but not secure. Oh, I mean, that's 400 and how much? 463 in total? It's gonna be difficult. I put restrictions on my own playthrough. Oh my god, pro gamer. But who am I to police what others do? Just let me play the game, you know. The elitist. It's only just the elitist, I'm telling you. I wanted to do a stem, but don't know what to stem. Uh-oh. And it's a problem, isn't it? I've been suffering from this as well. Actually, I honestly don't know what to stream this morning. When I was having breakfast, I was like, I wonder what I'm gonna do. And then I brought my mom to the doctor because she has some stomach issues. But hopefully, but sounds like it's just like small issue. Takes some time to recover, so it's fine. I was at the doctor's. Well, my mom is at the doctor's, and it's like, When do I play? I wanted to play Tekken again, but I also wanted to play Monster Hunter. And I was like, why not Monster Hunting? Because it's great. I get to look at dragons too. Well, not so much dragons today because some of the fights, Kirin, sucks. So the two marked as not gore and not nudity are Tina in the Mandarin dress and Honoka Summer Breeze collection. I mean, Mandarin dress? Are they not gonna at least call them cheap how? Everyone should just stream ESO, have me come jumping around and being a nuisance in game. Shit, I haven't played ESO in a long time. There's so many games I want to play. Too many. Oh yeah, I've also been playing Monster Hunter World. My girlfriend is 3D printing her first head. It's looking amazing. I'm proud of myself putting a 3D model. Nice, nice. Specifically alluring alluring Mandarin dress. Okay. Yes, there's an event going on now, by the way. Yep. Yup. And yep, have been long. What? This goes from when I'm playing on the starting setting first and you know doing commission work. Nice. I mean, I don't know how to do any of that, but you know, a huge good luck to you. It's Steam's DLC page, which just keep the DLC loaded instead of unloading them. When I scroll, it will be a lot easier. Yeah, true. Sometimes Steam sucks. Sometimes. I forgot what I wanted to do. Oh yeah, I need to do Form Raider. What am I doing? Why am my brain not working every time when I'm ending stream? I don't understand. I don't understand. My brain doesn't work when I'm ending stream. I don't know. Oh my god, I see. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Elden Rings. There's 6 Elden Rings going on. I wanted to raid to a bear. I haven't raided Nita in a while. Like, Nita speaks Japanese. But also Nita knows a bit of English as well. And there's also like a translator. Nita is playing Paper Mario the 1000-Year Door. Hey. Kobo EP. Kobo is very EP. Kobo decided to not drink coffee for a week because Kobo's stomach is not doing good. So I decided to not drink coffee for at least a week. Which sucks. I want coffee. God damn it. No kopi peng. Yan lah. Macam mana saya tahu saya mau kopi peng tapi saya tak boleh minum. Take good rest after stream then. Thank you, Tikaka. I will. Oh, of course I'm gonna get food first. So Tiora, I'll drink coffee on behalf then. Yeah, please drink it for me. For the kobold, drink it for me. I see the progress on the server from the sea. CCCCC? Jay, is there some sort of a code? Good foods to you, nom nom. Thank you, Merp. I will have the good food. The good food. Definitely the good food. What's the time? It's only 7:23. Shit. Wow. That's the head, right? That's the side of the head, I think. I don't understand how I don't understand how those works. Here are the cutest. Wait, there's so many cute kobolds here. Antikaka cute. And then there's also Toonbolt and Merp. It's one side of the head down. It was supposed to be CC, but my ineptitude in Chinese shows. Hey, I get it. Chinese is difficult. The one that isn't gore or nudity is which party costume? Mary Rose. Mary Rose? Wow, okay. I'm surprised. I thought it would be like a male character, but no, it's a female character. There's non-sexual and non-nudity. We have to split the model in half because printing the whole thing is really hard. Yeah, I mean, it's a huge thing. It's probably gonna take a long time as well. Supports needed to be messy, and she tried printing it, but 3 supports print also destruct during the print. 2 days to print half. Yeah, see. There's nothing different about this outfit. It isn't just tagged like the others. Right, it's a mistake on them. And not that there's actual non-sexual, non-nudity costume. Thank you, Toon. You must have suffered a lot. Here, I mean, I can give huggies. I'm probably, I don't know, as a kobold that's like 160 cm, I think I'm pretty big. Sort of. Hug. It must be tough going through Booba. At least there were some hot guys. Oh. I'm tall. Am I tall? 106? Probably. 106? Whoa, big. Wait, how big? To the mom. What? Is it really that big? I mean, I know I'm bigger than Merp, but I didn't know I'm. What's the kobold? You know what? You can Google kobold average height. A kobold stands between 60 to 75 cm. Oh, wait. I didn't think kobolds are that small. Wait. I'm too big. I need to update this. Oh no, I'm too big. 106, I'm way too big. Uppies. Well, at least I can give some uppies. I'm 70%, 70 cm if I remember right. Carry on. Giant kobold. I'm here 50% bigger than most kobolds. Oh no. Low unlocked is more dragon than kobold. I'm not! I'm kobold. Just got hurt by dragon so many times it got a bit stretched. I mean, I did get stretched. And then I was told for a kobold, but you're insane. She's doing good work. It's okay, Tiara. You're just an Amazonian by kobold standard. I'm an Amazonian. Oh my god. But I'm not. Is Amazonian like? I only know Amazon from Amazon Forest. Maybe my knowledge is very limited. I'm not too sure. I wouldn't mind having a cutie big kobold. Although, see, the thing is, I'm 106 cm, right? I'm still smaller than most being, right? It refers to tall women, I think. Oh, Amazonian are the big, tall, muscular lady warriors from the legends. Big, strong woman in very middle, very many settings. Oh, wow. I mean, I'm not strong. Maybe I'm big, but I'm big, but I'm not strong. Hi, cheesecake. Hello. You're still small compared to other species. Okay, that's good enough, I think. Maybe I should update the size chart a little bit. Maybe not 106. How about? Because I didn't know. See, I didn't know kobolds are like average 60 to 75. And the kobold memes are like, "Wow, Tiara could benchpress me." Oh no. Can I don't know. Tiara's gonna shrink. I mean, I kind of like being small. Kind of. There's nothing wrong with being a little tall. But then again, yeah, being tall, I can actually give uppies to kobolds. I mean, not the best uppies, but I could. Right? I mean, it's not as good as like uppies that the dragon gives, like super tall uppies. I also need a wizard that can string me to 70 cm. 20 cm is quite considerate. That's way too small, isn't it, Ant? Uppies are good. I like uppies too. Uppies are nice. I know a wizard buy for this magic sandpaper. What are you gonna do with that magic sandpaper? I'm gonna... How do you say more? Shit. Yeah, just do the motion. This motion. 哎呀，我这样哦，忘记了魔怎样讲，真的是。魔？ Oh, this one. Mount? Shut the fuck up, it's not mount. More, no. More, no. Oh, it's this. Grind. Oh, rub. I think rub makes sense. Hi again, Nexus. Thanks for the pick. If Merp is 80, Tiara is 106, Tikaka is 70, doesn't that mean that Jade picks the kobold up is like a skyscraper? Yeah. Like, I know Jade is like mega big. Although any being that picks us up, any being that's not a kobold picks us up, it's gonna be a skyscraper. Oh, not mega big. Eh, hello? 396. Tiara, take me off the stream. Random. Bro, Tato. See, I've been playing Brotato a lot, okay? This one. Brotato. I mean, it's kind of fun. I thought Brotato. Oh, let me check. You wanna try it? I don't know if you... Can you still play demo? I mean, you can still play demo. This glide. No, you cannot play Emerald Isle anymore? Shit. I haven't tried this one yet. Together we can be the human. Human. Look, Jade, 396 cm is mega huge. Voice for tier, that size you rate was a specific setting. Like my size is a specific setting? That's a lot for a kobold or even a human. Do you have 496 hours? Do I? I don't think I have that much hours in Brotato. No! I almost got scared. Oh, there's a dot there. See? I have 46.6 hours on the game. Yeah, Brotato is pretty fun. Actually, if I count the time that I'm playing Brotato on Switch, it could be like 100 plus. It's been extended to 2 feet to 3 feet in D&D 5e. Oh! Oh! 92. I mean, 92 is not... I'm not too big then. Well, slightly bigger than usual. Thanks for the pet Nexus. Hi, SC. It's not mega huge, you're just small. Then you're mega huge. To us. Ever heard of Barotrauma? Nope. I would so love to play more stuff with friends, but I'm the only one that plays more stuff on Xbox. I never owned an Xbox before. Like 10% bigger than the normal big kobolds. Maybe I'm like a bit of a mix. I mix 0.5% of dragon. Do your other friends on a different console or PC? I don't know. I know plenty of boats that are over 100 cm. I'm just teasing. Oh, that's good to know. On PC, it's literally no problem. The Xbox game bar is right there. Oh yeah, there's the Xbox game bar. Only Claire sometimes play with me. Oh. Barotrauma is a game where you and your crew pilot a submarine in the underground oceans of the ice moon of Europe. Hey. I'm gonna go cleanse bi-monthly Cobalt bath time. Remember Bernie and have a great and grandest raid. Thank you, Tikaka. I will remember. And have a good cleanse. You're the special Cobalt with the ability to reach up on the benches without teamwork. I mean, I still probably gonna need like one or two Cobalts help. I'm not too big, 106. Just maybe one less Cobalt's help. Tell me what game I will see to it, Merp. Ooh. Very important role when raiding for snacks. Yeah, I'd be sure to count me in. I want to raid for snacks too. Caw? Look, I have bird representation though. Caw! Oh, Brian, hi! Caw. Caw. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, oh no. Oh, I sense a lot of birds coming in. And then you... Birds and kobolds are... We are friends, right? Caw! Caw, yip! Caw! Oh, there's a lot of birds coming in. Oh no! Oh no! Let me check something. Oh yes, oh yes. There's clearly both parties like, oh no, and then, oh yes. Let me check this one. Call. Yeah, I can't add any more VIPs. Cool. Now we need Raw to represent dragons, worms, and wyverns. And Exodias. What's the two other species for the Exodia to complete? We have Kobold, we have Dragon, and we have Bird. Raw needs to be a bunch of people that call Ra. Ra XD. I can start with the Ra XD. I can do that. A Merp for Circles? Merps are good. Merps are really good. Merp meat Merp? Let me check. I'm looking at. Can you do it right? Oh, I love to hear that. A Nexus Rar? Oh my god. Rar X3. Let me check this thing real quick. I got to go, sorry I can't catch the raid. Have a good raid, have a good food. Thank you, my friend. It's okay, don't be sorry, it's fine. Have a great day, my friend. As a wise man once said in Shrek 3, do the roll. I never watched Shrek, I don't know. I think I can do this. I'm not. Why am I typing Chinese? There. Here. Nice. I did it. Don't know if I'm missing anyone. It's okay. I'll slowly look into it. But I kind of want to rate. Let me double check. I did say I want to rate Nita, right? Thinking about it, I never met Chinese circles. Yeah, I mean, I never really seen circles. Wait, no, there's a circle in Singapore, but I don't really know them. I only see them in Firm. I don't know. I like a new cave. Thank you. I like my new cave too. It's great. Oh, this Lethriga. Last time I raided to Lethriga and then Lethriga's PC crashed. I'm not gonna count that as a raid. Yeah, why not? We can raid Lethriga. I mean, he's not a dragon, but Skull had a creature is also really cool. Cave doesn't come with complimentary dragon. Yeah, but I need to find. I'm gonna find dragon. I mean, I have a few here. I have a few here. Let's rate Lathriga. Because I feel like I don't really have a lot of chance to rate Lathriga. I kind of like his stream too. His voice is very unique. I like it. A very special voice too. Okay, let me summon Bernie real quick. Hey Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. I need to finish Dragon Ghost house hunting. You should! Eat good. Eat nice. Dragon very cute. And then there's another dragon that's very cute. I also have a Discord. It's usually where I announce my stream stuff and a bunch of dragon stuff. Hungry. Let me type it in right to Lathriga. I should copy and paste. I should copy and paste. Hey. Okay, there we go. And then there's another dragon that's really cute, but in a hot way. Like, really hot way. True. Yeah. Do I have permission to message a rar to a tiara in case dragon noises get a command? You know, as a local couple imitating a dragon? Yeah, you can always message me, like, so you're okay with, like, you know, you're okay with your voice showing up on stream. Now there's yips, there's yips, and there's yips. I think raw. I think a rar is fine. I could do a rar as well. It's like there's two kobolds imitating dragons here. Comedy sound clips are fun, right? Hi Gokena, close to 100k, nice. How you doing, Gokena? Speaking of, I should really do the 3D models. Wait. I'll do it on Monday, definitely. I think this Monday I might be able to finish. Sorry, I might be able to finish the fox that I haven't done in a while. I don't think I'm missing anything. I'm also not too sure what to do tomorrow. It's okay, I'll come up with something. But anyway, I'm gonna raid out and I'm gonna get some food because Kobo is hungry. You did miss a Monday, but it was for a reason. Yeah, unfortunate. I'll definitely do the art. There was an unfortunate miss for a Monday. But it's alright. I'm feeling pretty okay now, you know. Slowly does it. I'm slowly digesting it, so it's fine. I'm okay. Let's rate. We're gonna rate Lathriga. Which rate message are we going with? Oh! There's no sussy, right? I think rate 4 is good. Yeah, I personally enjoy rate 4. You know, we don't need to be as aggressive for the shinies. We can ask for RPs first, and then we can ask for shinies afterwards. Oh, I'm so clever. Oh yeah, there it is. Thank you, Nexus. Okay, I don't think I'm missing. This one should be good, right? I don't think I'm missing anything. My brain is slowly melting. I don't even know how to talk anymore. Wait. Okay, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also now that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Cobalt loves y'all. Okay? He comes right to left, Riga. Please give the Cobalt a piece to get them. They're so cute. You gonna use that one? Oh no. I mean, I'm okay with that. Right. For uppies. We're gonna get uppies, then we're gonna get shinies. I'm so clever. I'm gonna get shinies. They're gonna be all mine. That's the ass, and I'm the incentive. And Jade is like the bold one. And Jade might be very kobold. I hate it. Oh man. I'm looking at my Steam library. And I'm also thinking about doing maybe another Cobalt Care session, but I'm not too sure. That one I have to think about it. It was fun though. We'll see. Oh, I have Friends versus Friends. Oh, I could try that. Oh yeah. Take care. Cobalt, see you guys tomorrow. Smooches. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. Bye. Yeah, Cobalt Care.